ICE should not have the right to stop Americans in the street and demand them to prove their citizenship. They absolutely need to have that right, but that's not their intention. What? Okay, so both sides are just going to blatantly defend fascism now. Great. No, that's not what's happening. I mean, the spirit of the Constitution is clear. The Fourth Amendment protects against unreasonable searches or seizures. Our founding fathers feared an overreaching police state, but now we have mass agents profiling random people of color in the street, demanding their papers in order to be freed. I'm going to walk you through this one. The police have the right to temporarily detain people if they have reasonable suspicion that one committed a crime. Say you're swerving and get pulled over, even if you're completely sober, you may be detained during an investigation until you prove you're sober. In the same way, ICE has the right to temporarily detain people if they have reasonable suspicion that one is in violation of our country's immigration laws. Now, just like the police sometimes detain sober people in DUI investigations, ICE sometimes detains American citizens in immigration investigations, but once they are deemed so, they are freed. Okay, but there's a major difference here between ICE and police. The factors police take into account to deem reasonable suspicion are supposed to affect all Americans equally. Anyone who swerves or slurs their speech of any color under the law is supposed to be treated equally, and whether or not reasonable suspicion for detainment is deemed by an officer. Meanwhile, for ICE, the Supreme Court ruled in September that race and ethnicity can be factors in deeming reasonable suspicion. So what we have on the streets is multiple stories of blatant profiling. One, for example, 4 Minneapolis public works employees were walking, and 3 of the 4, who were people of color, were questioned by ICE, and the white one was left alone. Well, it's because ICE and police are enforcing different laws, and just the nature of legal immigration is 3/4 of those here illegally are Latino. But what the Supreme Court made unequivocally clear in that ruling is that neither race nor ethnicity can be the sole factor for reasonable suspicion. It can only be one factor among many, and what ICE claims is they're not stopping people on the street randomly, they're doing targeted enforcement operations, and if their targets are around others, that typically warrants them identifying those in the vicinity. Just like if you're hanging out with someone who shoplifts, you may get ID'd when the police show up. Okay, but that reasonable suspicion for ICE is far too subjective and far too based on appearance. Combine that with standards and training times for ICE agents reduced, and the fact they're all in masks with the vice president saying they have absolute immunity, so you put that all together and you get a rogue police state stopping random Americans on the street, saying they have reasonable suspicion, but in actuality, it's based on nothing other than how these people look. And I just don't think the Equal Protections Clause in our Constitution is by any means being upheld. Look, the state of Minneapolis has sued the federal government with a lot of your arguments. It's being heard by a Biden-appointed judge, so the legal oversight process is still playing out. But the Supreme Court ruled in September and multiple times in the past that because of the tough nature of immigration enforcement, trained professionals can temporarily detain people based on reasonable suspicion. So I doubt anything will change. Yeah, I mean, the law only works if it's attached to accountability, so that may actually be the larger issue here. We're lacking that direct oversight necessary for that. I disagree. These agents have more cameras on them than the Kardashians. Except we can't see their faces. Can't see the Kardashians either with all that makeup. Alright, this is serious shit. Can you focus up? I've never been more focused. Shut the heck up. Dude, yeah.
Alright, that's where we're at with that. Yo, this is Set with Set Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we're about to jump into Trump engagement with the president and get into a complete media analysis because more came out about the ICE shooting. There's more updates going on geopolitical-wise and, of course, in America with Trump's great new healthcare plan. So let's get right into it by double tapping that screen and liking the video, and let's go.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can you explain how you view, your great healthcare plan will impact Americans' health insurance premiums?
It's going to be tremendous. It is a tremendous plan. It's called the Great Healthcare Plan, and we're going to get tremendous reductions, as you know, through. If you look at medicines and prescription drugs, they're going to come down by numbers that have never been seen before, and we're doing that by most favored nations and other nations. Whoever pays the lowest in the world, that's what we're going to pay. Right now, we're paying sometimes 10 times higher than other nations. So we have favored nations. That's been approved. Other nations have, for the most part, agreed to it. And they had no choice. Otherwise, we were going to put tariffs on them.
President Trump,
healthcare plan that we're coming, the money's going to be paid directly to the people. So it goes directly, not to the companies, not to the insurance companies. It's going to go directly to the people, and the people are going to buy their own health care. They'll get much better health care at a much reduced
price.
Pull out of NATO if it doesn't help you acquire green. If it doesn't
well, we're going to see NATO.
Now, when it comes to Trump's new health care, of course, he's talking about taking away the ASA subsidies and stop giving it to the insurance companies and start giving it to the American people. Of course, he's also going over the fact that they are moving more drugs to over-the-counter status, so you can go ahead and get it over the counter instead of, always needing a doctor, which would lessen doctor visits. And then, of course, there's the most favored nation pricing of pharmaceutical drugs, which is helping bring down the pricing of pharmaceutical to, well, what the most favored nation pays.
Has been dealing with us on Greenland. We need Greenland for national security very badly. If we don't have it, we have a big hole in national security, especially when it comes to what we're doing in terms of the Golden Dome and all of the other things. We have a lot of investments in military. We have got the strongest military in the world, and it's only getting stronger. And you saw that with Venezuela. You saw that with the attack on Iran. We'd be knocking out their nuclear capability potentially. So, yeah, we're talking to NATO.
Now, as far as NATO goes, NATO has positioned themselves in Greenland to pretty much stop American forces from invading Greenland. And here's the funny thing. We are basically NATO. So it's basically NATO positioning themselves against one of their biggest allies and their biggest supporters, which is going to push Donald Trump, which may push Donald Trump to get out of NATO, which will make them enemy combatants. And that might make them back off of Greenland. Maybe. But right now, Trump is kind of hitting them with the, who's ever joining in on this is going to get hit with a 25% tariff.
You commit to not militarily engage a NATO partner.
I don't talk about that.
You urged protesters in Iran earlier this week to keep fighting in the streets and said that help was on the way. Is help still on the way, or has your bar?
Well, we're going to see. As you know, Iran canceled the hanging of over 800 people. They were going to hang over 800 people yesterday, and I greatly respect the fact that they canceled that.
Mr. President, Prime Minister Carney is in China. How do you see the deals Canada and China have just signed, trade deals between the two partners?
Well, it's okay. That's what he should be doing. I mean, it's a good thing for him to sign a trade deal. If you can get a deal with China, you should do that.
Concerning.
Did Arab and Israeli officials convince you to not strike Iran?
Nobody convinced me. I convinced myself. You had yesterday scheduled over 800 hangings. They didn't hang anyone. They canceled the hangings. That had a big impact.
Now, sadly, the hangings are back on in Iran. And yes, it was. Now it does look like it has been confirmed that Saudi Arabia and Israel got in the way of Trump bombing Iran, which has Lindsey Graham crying all the way to Israel, all the way to Tel Aviv. Literally, no, he's there right now.
Yesterday, you accepted Maria Machado's Nobel Prize medal. What do you intend to do with it, and why would you want someone else's Nobel Prize?
Well, she offered it to me. I thought it was very nice. She said, you know, you've ended 8 wars, and nobody deserves this prize more than in history than you do. And I thought it was a very nice gesture. And by the way, I think she's a very fine woman, and we'll be talking again.
Maria Machado said that lecture was stolen. President Trump.
Say it.
What's the trigger for the Insurrection Act in Minnesota? What are you waiting for?
Well, the Insurrection Act, which has been used by 48% of the presidents as of this moment, the Insurrection Act. Also, if you look at it, I believe it was Bush, the elder Bush. He used it, I think, 28 times. It's been used a lot. And if I needed it, I'd use it. I don't think there's any reason.
Oh, God, do me a favor and double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen.
Use it right now to use it. But if I needed it, I'd use it. It's very powerful.
President Machado is a very nice person. You said the meeting went well. Why align with Delcy Rodriguez and the remnants of the Maduro regime and not with Machado, who has the support of the Venezuelan people?
Well, if you ever remember a place called Iraq where everybody was fired, every single person, the police, the generals, everybody was fired, and they ended up being ISIS. Instead of just getting down to business, they ended up being ISIS. So I remember that. But I'll tell you, I had a great meeting yesterday by a person who I have a lot of respect for. And she has respect, obviously, for me and our country. And she gave me her Nobel Prize. But I'll tell you what, I got to know her. I never met her before. And I was very, very impressed. She's a really, this is a fine woman.
Where are you going? March for Life is next week. Yes. And some pro-lifers are worried about your support for the Hyde Amendment. What do you tell them?
Well, you know what I tell them? You're going to hear about it because I just taped a beautiful piece for them, and they're going to play it. And those are great people. I want to tell you, they're great people. Thank you very much. Thank you very
Now,
much.
as far as Delcy Rodriguez goes, it does sound like we're going to keep them in because they're, well, one, willing to work with the American people. And right now, there are armed groups on the ground in Venezuela pretty much wanting Maduro back, saying that they're a community watch. But we'll get into that later. But yes, there are armed forces of Venezuela pretty much wishing for the president back. And the only people they want to be in power is, well, the Maduro regime. But we're not giving that to them. It does seem like Trump will be working with their government, which is the IC or Delcy Rodriguez, and will pretty much be sidelining Miss Machado. All right, though, let's get over here to CNN.
We begin tonight with breaking news in Minnesota and the showdown between the Trump administration and Democratic leaders on the ground. The Justice Department is now investigating Minnesota Governor Tim Walz and Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey. A source confirms this to CNN. Now, the investigation apparently centers on possible obstruction of federal law enforcement. Both Walz and Frey have been fierce critics of the Trump administration's response to the death of Renee Good. Opening an investigation into them is certainly a dramatic escalation in this battle between the White House and these leaders. While the DOJ is now investigating the conduct of Democratic state and local leaders, they made clear they are not investigating the officer who actually shot and killed Renee Good. Now, earlier this week, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche said in a statement, quote, "There is currently no basis for a criminal civil rights investigation." The DOJ's Civil Rights Division typically launches investigations into law enforcement related shootings to make sure that officers did not breach the rights of the shooting victim. Blanche's statement came amid a flurry of resignations in the Minnesota U.S. Attorney's Office, as we reported. At least 6 prosecutors left after pressure to focus the probe of the ICE officer shooting onto Good's widow, Becca Good, and the actions of Renee Good herself. When reached for comment about the investigation, Governor Tim Walz did not confirm it to CNN, but accused the federal government of, in his words, weaponizing the justice system and threatening political opponents. He called that a dangerous authoritarian tactic. Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey just released a statement that reads in part, "This is an obvious attempt to intimidate me for standing up for Minneapolis, our local law enforcement, and our residents against the chaos and danger this administration has brought to our streets." Now, news of the investigation came as Deputy Attorney General Blanche and FBI Director Kash Patel were on the ground in Minneapolis. The FBI director posting these photos to social media along with the caption that read in part, "This team is working 24/7 here, cracking down on violent rioters." And this was the scene today at the Whipple Federal Building, the epicenter of protests in Minneapolis.
And as you see, it's not getting any better. The protesters are going getting wilder. They're over here breaking into ICE vehicles, taking their weapons box. I mean, they just caught somebody who stole an FBI rifle, and he did it on camera with a face tattoo at that. So these are not really the smartest people who are doing this. But it don't matter how smart they are. They're coming out of numbers. They're obstructing. They're getting in the way, and they are making threats. I mean, they're vandalizing ICE vehicles and writing "Hang Kristi Noem" on them. I mean, way to turn down the temperature, Dems. And it doesn't seem like Governor Walz or Mayor Frey even want to tackle it. Instead, they want to sit here and try to demonize ICE further, which has actually led to these shootings. I'm be real with you, led to these protests, shootings, protest injuries. All that is because of their rhetoric.
Building serving as a staging facility for ICE agents, DHS officers, and Customs and Border Protection personnel. This all comes one day after President Trump threatened to invoke the Insurrection Act in Minnesota. Late this morning, he issued a social media post that read in part, "The governor and mayor don't know what to do. They have totally lost control and are currently being rendered useless. If and when I am forced to act, it will be solved quickly and effectively." This afternoon, he was asked what the trigger would be for the Insurrection Act to be used in Minnesota.
It's been used a lot. And if I needed it, I'd use it. I don't think there's any reason right now to use it. But if I needed it, I'd use it.
And shout out to Tove. Appreciate the support, sis. She says, "I'm so lonely, oh so lonely, ain't nobody around." Yeah, I guess it's just a slow day for the views today. I guess we're just going to have to chalk it up to that. It is what it is. But, shout out to my man Monty for sending in some support through the gifts. Appreciate the support, my man. Sent 100. Oh, and hey, TB, I see you over there as well.
Very powerful.
Well, for the latest on the investigation to Governor Walz and Mayor Frey, we start with Caitlin Collins, CNN's chief White House correspondent and anchor of The Source. What more are you learning about this?
What we know so far is that a grand jury has issued subpoenas. So this investigation is real. It is underway. It's definitely in the beginning stages based on what we know. But what we've also learned tonight is we don't believe that Mayor Fry or Governor Walz's offices have actually been served these subpoenas. Neither of them had gotten any notice about this investigation
And
until
they should.
we had reached out to our sources and then reached out to them for comment on this. And so the scope of it is not entirely clear. But what we do know is that it's around allegations of obstructing federal law enforcement. And that's really just been pointing back to nothing they've done physically, but the words that they have said. What we've heard from Mayor Fry, what we've heard from Governor Walz, who have been very outspoken and critical of the federal surge that has been happening in their state. About 3,000 agents are actually there on the ground.
It was the mayor who that first night or earlier the week said, get the F out of.
And then Governor Tim Walz this week said, encourage people to record ICE officers as they were and agents as they were carrying out these enforcement operations and telling them to call 911 if necessary. Now, the administration has been very critical of that, but whether or not that warrants an investigation or that meets the standard of criminal behavior, obviously it remains to be seen how the administration is going to prove that.
Governor Walz gave a speech and what she
Well,
said.
I'm gonna be real with you. If they're not informing their people to one, get out of the streets, if they're not getting law enforcement to tame these protesters, then yeah, they're obstructing. It is their responsibility at the end of the day to honestly, if they're not going to help ICE, don't let people obstruct ICE. That's honestly part of their responsibility as well. I mean, well, really, Minneapolis as mayor, he's definitely supposed to be bringing law enforcement out there to keep ICE, or not to keep ICE at bay, but to keep the protesters at bay so they don't get involved, get themselves arrested or hurt. Like, yes, that's what they're supposed to be doing, but they're not. And honestly, they're adding to the obstruction by their rhetoric.
Protest peacefully.
Telling ICE to get out. Trust me, it didn't do anything. All they did was double down and bring 1,000 more in. And it seems like the National Guard is next. And shout out to Toe for sending in a floating heart and a thumbs up, and shout out to my man Monty for sending in a couple more hundreds. Appreciate the support, guys. Shout out y'all. And still no notification, huh?
The mayor, I think, recently gave a speech in which he said also, don't fall into the trap of, giving them what they want and creating violence. So,
yeah, and the administration has argued that they are helping contribute to this and make it a hostile environment for these ICE agents and federal officers who are still on the ground. We've heard the exact opposite, obviously, from Governor Walz and Mayor Fry, who have said, no, they just don't want all of these federal agents inside their cities. They don't think that they're necessary, and they think they're the ones who are actually making the tensions on the ground worse, which they say were building way before the shooting death by that ICE agent of Renee Good. And so we'll see where this goes, and if they actually get these subpoenas, hopefully learn more about the investigation.
Again, we'll see you on The Source, 9 o'clock. The federal former prosecutor, Jeffrey Toobin, joins me right now, also best-selling author. So, Jeff, has the governor or the mayor done anything, as far as you can tell, to warrant a federal investigation, or is this just, the thing that this White House would do, whether it's political retribution or just, sowing chaos?
This week began with news that the Justice Department was criminally investigating Jerome Powell, the head of the Federal Reserve, basically to coerce him into lowering interest rates. Now the week is ending with news of a criminal investigation of these two Minnesota officials who
they're trying to investigate Powell for spending too much on the Fed building when he told Trump and the administration one price, it ended up being like 100, 200 million more, and that actually pissed him off a lot. And now they're saying that he might be investigated, but this, like he said, it might be a way of coercing him to start dropping the Fed rates at a higher rate,
trying to protect their city and state. What's going on here is the Justice Department is doing the political bidding of the White House. This has never happened before, even during the Nixon administration, this sort of politicization of the Justice Department. I mean, we've worn out the phrase shocking but not surprising, but that's what's going on with this Justice Department.
Well,
and
Jeff,
it's never happened.
Let me give you the pushback that we've had guests on this program, Republican supporters of the White House say, which is, well, look, Justice Department always is under the president. Robert F. Kennedy was the attorney general for his brother when his brother was president. Eric Holder was a close friend of President Obama.
Absolutely. I mean, the Justice Department has always been a cabinet department of the president, but you have to look at what they're doing, not just the relationship. And what you see is criminal investigations. And remember, it's also the failed prosecution of James Comey, the failed prosecution of Tish James, this endless use of the Justice Department against the president's political enemies. It's always true that the Justice Department is part of the executive branch, but what you have to do is look at what they are actually doing, and these investigations seem, as far as anyone can tell, and I'm certainly one of them, have nothing to do with actual violations of the law and everything to do with the political agenda of the.
Now, Powell, I can agree with him. I could agree to him with that on a little bit. Like, let's be real, overpricing on a vehicle, not on a vehicle, but on a building, not that serious. But when it comes to Jacob Fryer, the mayor of Minneapolis, and Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota, I'm gonna be real with you, there's no excuse for this. Like, yes, they do have some responsibility in this. I mean, if the mayor can go ahead and use the local police to go ahead and shut things down, if Mayor Walz could have bring in the National Guard on his own to shut this down, I'll be real with you, if they did this like a month ago, Renee Good would still be alive. I mean, there wouldn't be so many people getting hurt and their cars' windows busted. But apparently they want this to happen. They want to tell ICE to get out. Their people are now, inspired to keep it going, to bring down more pressure on ICE. And all it's doing is making things worse. And I mean, trust me, ICE isn't backing off. They're doubling down. But all right, though, let's go ahead and see what Fox News is saying about this. Because, they got their own little spin on it, of course.
Go to Matt Finn. He's been on the ground in Minneapolis all week long and continuing his coverage today. Let's bring in Matt Finn.
Hi, Kaylee. There's a facility here that ICE is using as its headquarters, and protesters and agitators have been targeting agents there, launching fireworks at them, protesting as well. Well, yesterday, the Deputy United States Attorney General Todd Blanche went inside of that facility. He gave a pep talk to immigration agents. I talked to Mr. Blanche, and I asked him about Governor Walz and Mayor Frye encouraging people here to find opportunities to resist ICE.
When the governor or the mayor threaten our officers, when the mayor suggests that he's encouraging citizens to call 911 when they see ICE officers, that is very close to a federal crime.
And sources tell Fox federal prosecutors are investigating both Governor Walz and Mayor Frye for allegedly impeding law enforcement efforts here. Mayor Frye.
And I mean, let's be real, they're not actually going out there and getting in the way of these ICE officers. The problem is they're not doing enough to stop their citizens from getting in the way of ICE officers. And if anything, they're using language that's provoking it, that's inspiring it, that's thinking that, oh, wait, I have my governor, I have the mayor behind me, aka I have the police force behind me. Like, when you got that type of, cosign, you honestly do feel like you can do whatever to these ICE guys because, your governor's telling them to get out, your mayor's telling them to get out, and let's be honest, they don't like what ICE is doing. So what do you think they're going to do? They're going to take action against ICE, and this is the mayor's responsibility to, one, bring out law enforcement to stop the obstruction. You can protest, but don't obstruct, and they have these tools at their, on their tool belt. They have it. They have it at their command, but they're not using it for some reason. Why? Because they don't want to, and they want this to happen to ICE. They want violence to come to them, and for some reason, they think that is going to get ICE to back off, but no. Like, when 1,000 more comes in, you would think they would be like, all right, maybe we need to turn down the rhetoric before we get more of what we don't want, but they're not seeing that for some reason.
Says the probe is meant to intimidate him. Governor Walz says Trump is weaponizing the justice system and it's an authoritarian.
Hey, and shout out TB said, don't understand why you encourage fraud and criminal activity in your city. Thanks for all you do, said, man. No problem at all. I appreciate it. Hey, the algorithm ain't show me too much love, but I appreciate you guys showing me love.
Tactic, adding, quote, the only person not being investigated for the shooting of Renee Good is the federal agent who shot her. Now, clashes between agitators and law enforcement have been going strong, and now a federal judge appointed by Biden ruled that officers cannot use tear gas on protesters who are peacefully demonstrating. DHS Secretary Tricia McLaughlin says law enforcement are being attacked and using the minimum amount of necessary force to remain safe. Now, Deputy Attorney General Blanche told a room full of immigration agents and officials that President Trump is proud of their work. He will back them up and that they do not have to do their jobs in fear.
There's this narrative on social media that they're going to get in trouble, that locals are going to go after them. That is bull.
But they are.
And the latest number we have this morning from DHS, it tells us that.
No, I mean, look, they shouldn't be going after them, but yes, there are locals going after them, trying to entrap them. Yes, trying to dox them so they can harass their family. And these are locals doing it. But why are they doing it? Because they're getting inspired by left-wing pundits and the mainstream media on the left. They're the ones that's poisoning the narrative, that's trying to get everybody to go out there and impede on ICE. Now, here's the thing, though. They're only doing this because they don't want the immigrants to be deported. Like, for whatever reason, I do not understand. Now, I don't care how they try to spin it. Oh, ICE overreach, whatever. No, shut up. You guys are not allowed to impede on ICE. If an officer tells you to get out the car, you get out the car. I'm not sure where the lack of respect for authority comes from on the left. You guys kind of make it seem like, well, whatever our leadership says, that's who we listen to. And I'm sorry, that's not how it works. I'm sorry, but Tim Walz and Jacob Fry don't determine who you listen to. The United States law determines who you listen to. Remember that.
3,000 illegal migrants have now been arrested as a part of Operation Metro Surge here in Minnesota. Back to you, Kaylee.
Matt Finn, thank you. Well, could this be some of the language that sparked this DOJ investigation?
I have a message for ICE. To ICE, get the out of Minneapolis.
All across Minnesota, people are learning about opportunities, not just to resist, but to help people who are in danger. We will remain an island of decency, of justice, of community, of peace. And tonight I come before you simply to ask, don't let anyone take that away from us.
Let's bring in Border Czar Tom Homan. Tom, great to have you today. You know, I'm not going to ask you about the DOJ investigation. That's the realm of DOJ. That's the realm of the law. But we know that the facts have to match the law in any given prosecution or investigation. You're on the ground. So going to the facts of the matter, what is happening on the ground? How is this language impeding your investigation and what we see these protesters violently attacking ICE?
Well, look, you know, people can certainly protest. They have that constitutional right. But rhetoric from the mayor and the governor emboldens that small percentage who go beyond protesting to criminal activity. They feel empowered to interfere, impede with ICE officers, put their hands on ICE officers, throw weapons, throw stones and frozen water bottles at ICE officers. I begged the politicians to stop the hateful rhetoric. I started way back in March, saying if the hateful rhetoric doesn't decrease, there's going to be bloodshed, because there is that percentage of crazy people that just need to be empowered and feel, okay, well, if a mayor or a governor or a member of Congress, compares ICE to racists and the secret police and murderers, which is the most recent.
Yeah, then they feel like, all right, well, if I do something to hurt ICE, then, my governor is going to back me up, my mayor is going to back me up, and I'm not going to face no time. You guys are turning these guys into people who think that they can act against ICE lawlessly. They can hurt them, spit on them, try to run them over. This is what you guys are building with your rhetoric. And I guess it's cool. You guys don't want to look at it into what? Renee Good got shot. Then you want to sit there and be like, oh, turn down the temperature with ICE. No, you guys need to shut the F up. Just shut up when it comes to ICE and let them do their job. You guys lost the election. Nobody wants open borders, and people want these people to be deported. I'm sorry that you lost, but you can go home and watch CNN and cry about it there. But you guys going out and trying to put your car in the way of ICE, hurt them, dox them, harass their family members, trust me, nobody's with you guys on that one. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Nobody's with y'all. Y'all are a radical group that's being inspired by y'all politicians and left-wing pundits, and to be honest, they need to be held accountable too. And I think they do need to hold his Renee Good's wife accountable to teach y'all a lesson.
Attack on an ICE officer, they're going to feel emboldened to take illegal action. That's what's happening right there on the ground.
My successor at the White House podium, Jen Psaki, name-checked you specifically, and she wants to hold you accountable. Listen to this, Tom Homan.
control of the House, are you going to remember, like, do you have a list somewhere of Gregory Bovino and Tom Homan and all of these people, and are you going to, is holding them to account at the top of your priority list?
Absolutely. It's going to be accountability. All of them are going to be investigated and hauled before Congress.
You know, when I hear that, Tom, I think about Laken Riley, and I think,
Oh, guys, make sure y'all double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Like it on the horizontal and like it on the vertical, guys. Let's go ahead and try to push ourselves in the algorithm here.
about Jocelyn Nungari, and I think about Rachel Morin, and I think about these young moms and girls who should still be here today, and that's who you're protecting. But they're more focused on you and holding you accountable.
Well, come get some. I mean, bottom line, we're just enforcing laws that Congress enacted. And for a member of Congress, we're going to investigate officers for enforcing laws that we wrote. That's just ridiculous. So look, bottom line is we're going to keep doing what we're doing. We got the law behind us. And, and the bottom line is we're making this country safe again. President Trump promised the American people we're going to enforce the immigration law. And that's probably one of the main reasons they reelected him, by overwhelming majority. So bottom line is President Trump kept his promise. We got the most secure border in the history of the nation. We are running the biggest deportation operation this country's ever seen. And despite what the left says, about 70% of those we arrest are criminals. The other 30% are national security threats that don't have criminal histories. And there are people with final orders who had due process at great taxpayer expense or order removed, became fugitives. And yes, we're arresting illegal aliens when we're out there looking for criminals. You want less collateral arrest? Then let us in the damn jail. Try and Waltz could fix this today.
Yep.
Let us in the jail so you can arrest a public safety threat and the safety and security of a jail rather than
I mean, think about it. Waltz getting it today by bringing in the National Guard, or I mean, Fry, he can solve this today by allowing local police to help ICE. Both of them could low-key stop this today, but they refuse to. That's why they, in my opinion, charges do need to be brought upon them for obstruction. Because, I mean, bro, you could do everything right now to stop this. Honestly, you're one of the few people that can't stop this, and y'all aren't doing it. If anything, you're making it worse. Yeah, take their ass to jail.
Forcing us into the street to find these bad guys.
Let us in the jail. I mean, that's a clear order. He could do that today. He could do that right now as we're speaking, and I hope he does. I pulled this up. This is a Washington Post report, and you've been at this a long time, Tom, including in the Obama years. And here's how the Washington Post used to talk about you. Meet the man the White House has honored for deporting illegal immigrants. The Obama White House cited Tom Homan's success expanding arrest and detention beds by following the Obama administration's directive to sharpen the focus of enforcement on criminals and foreigners who pose security threats. We executed the mission perfectly, Homan said. Has something changed, what you did in the Obama era versus now, or has the press changed?
The press has changed. And we got President Trump, who I think is one of the greatest presidents of my lifetime. And they hate Trump. They don't want to give President Trump a win. But you know what? He's winning every day. Again, most secure border in history of the nation. And if you look at the prioritization of illegal aliens arrests on the criminals, they're a higher percentage than were during Obama. So, what has changed is the press. What has changed is the hatred for President Trump. He has shown the American people that they lied for the last 4 years when they showed they had a secure border and Congress needed to pass laws to secure that border. He proved that was a lie. He's proven every day that we're winning. And look, I'm proud to work for President Trump. The numbers speak for themselves. We got about 650,000, change that, almost 670,000 formal deportation that we put hands on deported between the CBP and ICE. Another 1.6, 1.7 self-deports was always a part of the plan. We knew if we would surge ICE resources across the country, that would send a strong message that people wouldn't spend their life savings, give it to criminal cartels and make that dangerous journey. What ICE is doing right now nationwide and in Minneapolis is one of the reasons we have the most secure border in history of the nation. President Trump, no one can match his success on the border and interior enforcement and national security. His success is unprecedented.
No doubt. And final question, I just have a few moments, but in the New York Times interview President Trump did, he said, I would love to see comprehensive immigration. I'd love to see.
I mean, that is true. That's probably the most, I mean, real with you, that's how Trump literally embarrassed the Democratic Party. I mean, these guys crying over a border bill that they say Trump shot down. Trump comes in, don't need no border bill, just shut down the border. So it kind of lets you know why that border bill that the Democrats proposed was shot down. Why? Because it was a foreign aid bill disguised as a funding, well, as a border bill. And they know that. And that's why they stopped bringing it up, because now it's all been exposed. It's like, oh, so you guys could have been shut it down, and you're over here talking about funding that you guys needed in the border bill. But when we look at the border bill, it's a whole bunch of foreign aid. But hey, that's how they try to catch you up during the election season.
Analysis, Fox News legal analyst himself, Greg Jarrett. Greg, I find this insightful, dehumanizing, and honestly, I believe it's endangering those brave men and women that are, and I've been scrolling the list, I can scroll it again tonight, in Minneapolis and in Minnesota altogether. They have been arresting murderers. They have been arresting child rapists. They have been arresting gang members and hardened criminals. You know, I held up all the pages last night. We scrolled the names last night. That's what they have been doing. And I find this rhetoric is now putting their lives in jeopardy. Is that a crime?
Oh, absolutely. And in fact, there are two different statutes, Sean, that make it a crime to impede federal officers like ICE in carrying out their duties of enforcing immigration laws. It's 111 and 372 of the criminal code, plus obstruction statutes. And the law doesn't care who you are. I mean, being a mayor or a governor, that doesn't give you special immunity or a shield from prosecution. True. If, in fact, you conspire with others to do what I've described, well, that's conspiracy. If you urge large mobs who then use force, intimidation, and threats against officers, well, that's a crime, inciting imminent violence, 373. The bottom line here, Sean, is that, you know, words matter. Incendiary language can be criminal. And Walz, who you showed the clip, had already called ICE a modern-day Gestapo, then ginned up the street rage by accusing them of atrocities and organized brutality. What happened? Well, of course, violence escalated, and Mayor Fry was all in with equally dangerous, profane rhetoric. They willingly lit a fuse on the powder keg. It was knowing, it was deliberate, and you're right, Sean, it jeopardized the lives of ICE agents who were simply doing their jobs. And when you do that, you should absolutely be investigated for potential crimes. And
I mean, yeah, but here's the thing, though. If they can't connect them to, like, I don't know, like an ICE watch or something like that, you know, people who actually go out there with an objective to impede law enforcement, which is crazy, by the way, that they even allow that. I mean, that's one thing Jacob Fry could actually do is, you know, stop the whole ICE watch agenda that's going on. Because, yes, if you're allowing that, then, I mean, yes, you're impeding law enforcement. He's not really helping, but you're kind of letting it go. Which, I mean, we can't really say that, oh, well, that means you're complicit, but it does mean that you're neglectful. Either way, both are pretty bad. Especially, I mean, the complicit is worse. Neglectful, I mean, just means you're kind of an idiot.
Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche warned Walz and Fry that they were directly encouraging violence against federal enforcement and impeding lawful duties. And one other thing, you'll notice that Walz's response this evening in his statement on this news, it wasn't a denial, it's a deflection. Oh, you know, this is just lawfare and weaponizing our justice system. That's pretty rich, since Democrats spent nearly a decade weaponizing the legal system against Trump. Now, this investigation is about upholding the rule of law. It's about actions and consequences, whether Minnesota leaders, elected leaders, led the violent mob, Sean.
You know, rhetoric can endanger the lives of law enforcement. And we're going to talk to a congressman that accused them of murder in a few moments.
Yeah, and that congressman is our Cherie, whatever his name is. Let me see if he actually pronounces it, because, yeah, I think his first name is Cherie. But, guys, 70 years old, very weird haircut, but, hey. This is a congressman that people voted for. Interesting.
Industry after immigrating to the U.S. from India, there is no doubt that Thanadar is living the American dream. But for some reason, until recently, he was a card-carrying member of the Democratic Socialist Party.
the party that detests capitalism and our way of life. The group previously called for the U.S. Senate to be abolished and even wants to toss the U.S. Constitution and start all over again, tweeting, quote, how do we get a new Constitution? Will it take a revolution or, to rewrite it? The same Constitution that Congressman Thandahar swore an oath to support and defend. But according to the congressman, it's president.
Yeah, that's the crazy part about the Democrat Socialist, the Democrat Socialist Association, or these Democrat Socialists, is that, your main group pretty much calls for, we want to redo the Constitution. But then these are the very people that'll be like, oh, the Constitution. I'm just like, whoa. So y'all want to bring it up when you want to penalize us, but you don't want to bring it up when it comes to your socialist policies. You don't want to bring it up when it comes to how your ideas kind of go against it as well. You don't want to bring that up at all. I mean, okay. But please don't get mad when we kind of turn the script on you guys as well and hit y'all with look, the Constitution and the founding fathers said that capitalism is the way, and the Constitution, the double C's, capitalism and Constitution. If you don't agree with that, then you're not really an American. I'm sorry, my Democratic Socialist friends.
And Trump that violated his oath just 3 months into Trump's second term. Yep, Thandahar filed articles of impeachment against the president over the deportation, get this, of suspected gang member, wife beater, illegal immigrant, Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Take a look.
In this country, we have presidents, not kings. That's not just misconduct, it's impeachable misconduct. This isn't leadership, it's tyranny. If we let this stand, we are saying the president is above the law, that the United States Constitution is optional. I won't be silent, and I'm calling on all my colleagues, Democrats, Republicans, and independents, to stand up with me. Enough is enough. Donald J. Trump must be impeached.
Now, he also wants to impeach almost everyone else in the administration, but tonight he's moved on to a new target.
I mean, they want to impeach Trump, Hegseth, Kristi Noem. They want to get all of them up out of there.
Take a look.
ICE is totally out of control, and this week I intend to introduce a bill to abolish ICE. We need to make ICE go away. We do not need the murderers. We do not need these paramilitary organizations, members on our street terrorizing U.S. citizens.
AKA, we don't want to uphold immigration laws because, we just love our immigrants, AKA they're slaves. And because, the Trump administration is upholding immigration laws, and apparently the protesters that re-radicalize aren't enough to stop ICE. We just want to abolish all of ICE. F it. I mean, we thought we could make them back down. We thought we could dox them, hurt them, and make them quit. But now let's call for the complete abolishment of them. I mean, hey, man, when everything fails, you might as well just go for the straight out abolishment of them. You couldn't make them back down by all the fear tactics or intimidation tactics that, guess what? They were provoking their base to do. That's the worst part about it. Y'all provoked y'all base to do this. And now once you see that didn't work and it's only making things worse, now just okay, this is abolish it. Which, I'm going to be real with you, I highly doubt they can do. Especially with the Republicans holding most of the House and the Senate. Now, come midterms, now that could be a real concern if they lose the House and the Senate.
Terrorizing moms, terrorizing our children.
All right, just to recap, Thandahar wants to impeach Trump over the deportation of an illegal immigrant.
Oh, and shout out TB. She says, where are the protesters for the protesters? I don't get it. Where are the protesters for the protesters? I don't get it. I mean, that's hilarious. The protesters for the protesters. It's oh, wow. So they're protesting for the right to protest. So the protesters need some protesters so they can sit there and protest. I mean, bro, we're about to end up in a whole little circle. You kind of jumble in my head up. It's almost about to be a tongue twister in a second here. But no, I get where you're coming from. It's the protesters, what? Here's the thing. The protesters, we're okay with protesting. These people think that we're against protesting, and no, that's not it. There's a difference between protesting and obstruction. Look, if y'all just want to sit there on the sidewalk and stay out of ICE's way and talk about how bad they are and oh my God, you should be ashamed of yourselves. Sure, go ahead, do that. But as soon as you try to get in their way, stop them from arresting somebody that was obstructing or stop them from arresting an illegal immigrant, then yeah, you deserve to be arrested. Like, I'm sorry, but that's what's going to happen. And then if you want to try to do something reckless or put their life in danger, you will end up shot. And nobody wants that. Like, I keep trying to tell the Dems, like, no, we actually do care for you guys. As much as we sit there and insult your intelligence, we do care for you dumbasses. So please heed our word and stop trying to obstruct ICE. Let the immigration go and we'll all be good. It'll be all be over. Let us get all the illegals out there. You won't see them again. But if you want to hold things up, not only will you see ICE, but you'll see the National Guard. You may even see the Marines. So, I mean, you can pick which road you want to go down.
Illegal immigrants, abolish immigration and customs enforcement. And to top it all off, he also voted against the bill mandating the deportation of illegal immigrants convicted of sex crimes. Now, that's a bill that passed the House with bipartisan support. And despite dedicating so much time, effort, energy, publicly supporting illegal immigrants, well, Thanadar has made little to no effort ever mentioning any of the victims of criminal illegal aliens, including those Americans victimized in his own state. And anyway, here to respond, Michigan Congressman Sri Thanadar is with us. All right, just to be clear, the president's joint session speech when he honored the family of Laken Riley, murdered 24-year-old nursing student, murdered by an unvetted illegal immigrant, and honored little Jocelyn Nungary's family, brutally raped and murdered a 12-year-old girl. Did you stand? Did you give honor to that family that lost so much?
Look, Sean, thanks for having me.
I don't need the thanks. Did you stand or not? Did you stand to honor those families?
I did not stand because the president.
You sat on your ass.
I was just sick of the president.
So I want to be clear.
I did not.
You sat on your ass. And
Damn.
You wouldn't stand for families that lost children. A 12-year-old girl raped and murdered, and you couldn't stand for them because you were playing politics.
And he smiled throughout that entire thing. I'm like, bro, are you even taking this debate seriously? To smile through that is a bit sick, but I mean, here you are, a congressman, and he got a good point. I remember what was it, the State of Union, Trump's State of Union address when he was, mourning the death of people. He celebrated what was it? He recognized this young black boy's dream to be a police officer, or I think a secret agent or Secret Service or something, but nope, police officer. And the Dems didn't stand for any of that. Like, here's the thing, and that's that's what was scary about the State of Union to me. I didn't think it was that real until we got there, until we're going like, hold on, Dems. You're telling me the people that y'all say y'all love black people more than conservatives, but these young black boys getting his dream realized being a police officer, and y'all staying seated? Like, I'm sorry, but don't you think that this is like, I don't know, this would mean more to you than Donald Trump being president? Like, don't you think this would mean more to you than, just because Donald Trump recognized it, now you just want to sit down for it? And then you want to sit there and be like, oh, he was using them as a political tool. Y'all do the same shit. Y'all do the same thing with black people. I mean, at least clap when when the other side does it too. Y'all both use black people as political pawns in a way. Let's be honest. Even if Trump was doing that, you should have still stood up and clapped, because Lord knows if y'all did it, y'all have been crucifying every Republican that did not stand and calling him a racist. So the fact that y'all did that showed y'all colors. And it's kind of sad. It's like, yo, so over Donald Trump, you won't even recognize a little boy's dream or mourn fellow Americans. That's sick. And this is where we get the whole TDS from. Because, I mean, come on now. Nothing should really bring you to that point.
Right? I want this audience
to know.
Look,
I would not stand for this president. I would not stand for this president. He was lying.
Weren't standing
he was
for
boasting.
them. You were standing for the families that lost little girls that were murdered by the illegal immigrants that you want to remain in the country.
Oh, and shout out to, she said, nope, they mad it isn't them. And that's the truth. That's a straight up truth. They're mad it wasn't them doing it. But here's the thing, though. It's just like, that should have never been a reason. Like, even if you're mad that it isn't you, I mean, you should be able to look outside yourself and be like, all right, I got to stand for the little kid. Or I got to stand for my fallen American. I at least got to do that.
Is that true or false?
Look, Look, this president was using a tragedy.
I'm not
such
talking
as
about it.
Riley's death.
What about?
Yeah, okay, cool. I guess. But let's be real. You should still rise for a fallen American, regardless of the political spin on it. I'm being real with you. It's kind of effed up that you felt like it was okay to sit just because it was Donald Trump. But guess what? You know, it's still the fact that there are fallen Americans that need to be recognized. And I mean, there's a young American boy, black boy, that dream's been recognized, and y'all sat down still. So yeah, I'm sorry, but just saying that, oh, well, Donald Trump was trying to use it as a political tool, we don't care. Y'all do the same thing. Like, let's be real. And even if y'all did it with the purest intentions, you would crucify any Republican that didn't stand, and we would respect that. We respect y'all for doing so. So excuse us for holding y'all accountable for that State of the Union performance right there by y'all just sitting down for people that y'all should have been standing for regardless of who's the president.
Out those families. Have you ever picked up a phone? Because there are thousands of Americans that have been murdered and raped and victims of violent crime. Have you ever spoken to any? Have you ever called them to offer your condolences? Name one family. Name one family.
Look, every immigrant, everyone must follow American laws.
Have you ever picked up a phone and called a victim's family?
Nope.
Look, I talk to my constituents
Not a hard
all
question.
The time.
Not hard.
Yeah, I do.
Have you ever picked up
I
your phone and called them? Have you done that one time?
Look, I talk with my constituents all the time. My constituents are being terrorized by ICE.
Have you ever called an American family that has been a victim, murdered, raped, tortured by an illegal immigrant? Yes or no, Congressman? Did you ever call them?
I have met people. I am sure
I have met people. I'll take that as a no.
Sure.
All right. You actually said this.
Yo, this guy is terrible. Now he's smiling during this. He's like, I am sure I have met people. Like, man, this is why y'all look terrible sometimes. Because like at a certain point, it's like, bro, you can tell he kind of don't care. He's more focused on Donald Trump than, well, dead Americans. They're more focused on Donald Trump than the immigration problem. Like, that's where TDS becomes toxic. This is why I always say, like, Dems, don't think it's such a shoo-in for the midterms for you, because guess what? F Donald Trump is not a policy. Like, your base is going to act for more eventually than just, oh, well, Donald Trump. Like, if that's all your base can expect from you, then trust me, like, people are not gonna vote for y'all if it's just like, oh, well, your only policy is F Donald Trump, and I can't put my life on that. But shout out to my man, Mr. Pandemic. He says, bro, looks like an elf on the shelf, Habibi version. Also, link. All right, I got you. He said he thinks it's funny. He likes the attention of fighting the man. Look at his face. He is smiling at the anger he is producing in the people. Literally, I mean, bro ain't showed a serious face like not one time, especially when you're talking about dead Americans. I'm like, don't you think I don't know, should hold a straight face for at least 5 seconds of that?
And you know, I could talk to you all night about the dumb stuff you say. You voted against the bill mandating the deportation of illegal immigrants convicted of sex crimes. Can you explain that to me?
Well, look, anybody who breaks U.S. laws, an immigrant that breaks U.S. laws, should be deported. Anyone that commits
That's not what you said.
should be deported.
Sir, you voted against the bill that mandated the deportation of illegals convicted of sex crimes. Do you regret that vote now?
Wow.
No, I don't regret that vote. Look.
Nah, bro, come on now. Now that you should have backed down on that very note right there and just ended the interview. Like, what? You voted not to deport illegals who have criminal history?
U.S. laws should be deported. Anyone that commits
That's not what you said.
Should be deported.
Sir, you voted against the bill that mandated the deportation of illegals convicted of sex crimes. Do you regret that vote now?
No, I don't regret that vote. Look, no bill is perfect, and many times.
What if it was your wife, your sister, your daughter that was raped? That's a sex crime. You want that person to stay?
Look, there are multiple things in a bill. I don't agree with every one of them.
Sir, you got to answer the question. If your wife, your daughter, your girlfriend, mother was raped by an illegal immigrant, you voted against a bill that would deport these illegals convicted of sex crimes. You're perfectly fine if they stay in the country.
Sean, look, I serve in Congress. I don't think you ever
That's what
served
you
in
voted
Congress.
on, though, right?
Most of the bills. Look.
Why
most
did
of
you
these
vote?
Now, what he's trying to say is that most of the bills, they have pork in it. He's saying that, whoa, I didn't just vote no on, deporting, sex criminals. Hold on now. I didn't just vote no on that. Now, I know it sounds bad, but it wasn't just that, Sean. It was also, other things in that bill that I voted no for. I'm like, bro, that do not matter. It doesn't. All that matters is that main part there that you voted no on. As soon as I'd have read the bill, I'd have been like, I'm gonna be real with you. Everything in here don't even matter. Or I just wouldn't have voted. I would have asked for, I don't know, not such a disingenuous bill that, if I vote no for, the pork in it, I'm also voting no to what? Deport sex criminals? Like, yeah, bro, I don't know. You probably should have just voted yes on it. And if you can't tell us what else you were voting no on, you're not making yourself look any better. I'm sorry. Like, this looks terrible for you.
Those are not perfect
Why
bills.
did you vote for that? Why would you allow sex crime convicts to?
Oh, and shout out to, she says, honestly, yeah, for the left will vote for the F Donald Trump. Yep, the F Donald Trump agenda. That's what I keep saying. I don't like it, and I hope they don't. But honestly, I have a little bit more faith in Dems than that. I really don't think they're just going to go for the whole, look, I ain't got no policy, no nothing. But, bro, F Donald Trump and just vote for me. Some of them will do it, but I think after Biden, people are wisening up a little bit. They're like, all right, look, no, you guys actually need to show something. There actually need to be some policy before we vote for y'all. Like, yeah, we don't like I'm pretty sure the Dems are all sitting there like, look, we don't like Donald Trump either, but your only plan just can't be going against this man, or you will lead the country to, some type of civil war. And that's not what they want. I'm sure, to be real with you, majority of us don't want that. Majority of the Democratic base don't want it. So yeah, eventually they will have to hop off that that position, or at least pivot in some type of way. So I don't know, turn down the temperature just a little bit.
Stay in the country that entered the country illegally. Why would you vote for that?
It was not, the bill did not just include that issue. There were other things in the bill. And so I cannot pick and choose. I don't have a veto where I can strike out one portion of a bill.
You would have voted against it otherwise. What was the big provision that prevented you from kicking these people out of our country?
Look, I don't memorize. I vote on thousands of bills.
I don't memorize. You don't know anything.
Look, I do believe that such criminals must be deported. There is no doubt about it.
Well, you voted against it.
Yeah, he's cooked.
Obviously, you don't.
I
got another question for you. In the first case in Minneapolis, where this woman accelerated her car at the ICE agent, that ICE agent was injured. Did you know that? Do you know what the injuries were?
Do
you know what the injuries were?
That's the only source of that information is DHS. And DHS secretary lies. She lied to me on my face.
You're saying that the internal bleeding reports are lies. You don't believe them.
I have seen no evidence of that. It is only coming from DHS.
Well, let me ask you this. You're a lawmaker. Do you believe in the rule of law and that a person's innocent until they're proven guilty, sir?
Absolutely. But look,
then why did you call this ICE agent? Why did you call him a murderer?
Boom. I mean, and that is what a lot of you Dems are looking stupid on right now. Like, do you not believe in due process? The very thing you were talking about for Kilmar Garcia's, do you not believe in it? Innocent till proven guilty. So yes, why are you going off and calling this ICE agent a murderer when it hasn't been proven whatsoever? So y'all don't believe in due process, basically. I mean, let's be real. The court of public opinion is nice, but due process is king. I mean, where's my man due process before y'all over here trying to call him a murderer and over here saying that all of ICE should be abolished for it? I mean, shouldn't we wait for an investigation to properly prove that instead of you guys just hammering down that, it's murder? But Wasn't y'all not the ones harping about due process during immigration? So where's this ICE officer's due process? Why y'all just saying, oh, he's a murderer without no due process? What happened to that? I don't know. Rules really are not for me, I guess.
Because there was a 4,000-pound vehicle that was being driven.
Hey, and shout out TB for sending a super sticker. Appreciate the support, sis. Hey, and I'm glad they're letting you super chat again.
Driven right at him. Why did you call him a murderer?
Look, lots of people saw that video. America saw that video.
Oh, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video. And you know what, guys? I mean, shoot, if you're on the vertical, shoot, see if you can make your way over to the horizontal, since, I mean, seems to be more going on over there.
Did you call that? If you believe in due process, why did you say he's a murderer?
Well, see, her last words were, I have nothing against you, dude. She said
that doesn't matter. What matters is that when those police officers came after her, I mean, look, well, before the police officers came after her, I'm sure she was feeling all right. She was like, all right, I ain't mad at you. And I'm pretty sure that was true. But that's, you know, like I'm pretty sure that changed after, you know, the 2 to 3 police officers pulled up trying to drag her out the car. I'm pretty sure she was scared and upset then, and she overreacted, which got her shot. I mean, I wish it didn't happen, but that's the reality. And I'm sorry, but you guys trying to call this man a murderer without new due process is pretty hypocritical. Now that, you know, I'm thinking about it. I mean, shout out Sean Hannity for pointing that out. This whole due process argument that y'all had for Kilmar Garcia is like y'all forgetting that y'all were the main people using the due process argument. Well, where's the due process for my man in ICE? Where's the due process for all my guys at ICE? Because y'all over here calling them something with no proof. I mean, we had a guy coming on here calling him a murderer, Proud Boys, all this crazy stuff, no proof.
In a very civil manner, this person pulled out
and
his
then
gun and shot her 4 times.
Right at the officer, clear as day. Can't miss it.
He was trying
you know what the problem is, Congressman?
He was trying to open the door.
I'm going to tell you something. It's people like you and your rush to judgment and your language, and you're defending even his own wife called him a wife beater, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, your buddy. It's people like you that don't care about the American people, and then you attack the brave men and women. I was scrolling all of the victims of crime, and you never lifted a phone to call one victim, one family. You call ICE agents murderers, and they're out there. They're putting their lives on the line. They are arresting murderers, rapists, cartel members.
And what's the worst is that while you're over there, while these guys are over there putting their life in danger to keep the streets safe, you're over here getting your own constituents to go out there and put themselves in danger. Like they could possibly get themselves arrested or at worst killed. And what is he doing? Probably at home, chilling, watching his constituents go out there into the street and putting their lives in danger. But he will never go out there. He's at home chilling, watching you Dems go out there and make yourselves look stupid, put yourselves at risk y'all lives and freedom. He's chilling at home. Y'all doing all the legwork. I mean, I would hope that you would get behind a leader that goes forward with you into this type of stuff. I mean, why are you out there protesting if the guys that are telling you to go out there and protest and resist ICE aren't even doing that? I mean, if it don't mean that much to them, why does it mean so much to you?
Drug members, known terrorists, and you have zero appreciation. And now the threat level against them is up a whopping 8,000%. And I blame people like you for that. You incite them. Your incendiary comments. I find it nauseating, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
Damn.
Well, look, ICE is murdering people, murdering American citizens.
Bro, with no due process. What did he just say? Do you have court documents? Have any ICE officers been convicted of murder? No? All right, then. So give him his due process, as y'all like to tell us. Wait for due process and wait, and it's innocent till guilty. So please shut up until that man is convicted of murder. If not, then you could say there's a case for murder. There may be a case for murder, but no. It's like I'm saying there's a case for self-defense. It's not just outright self-defense, because I'm being fair here. You guys are not. I'm actually thinking with logic, going like, yeah, well, due process. So we'll see once due process comes out what happens. Even though in my mind it's looking like it's going to come out for self-defense. in your mind, even if you want to say it's murder, I think you should wait until due process is done, because I mean, you can't stand at an argument of due process no more if you're willing to call every innocent ICE officer a murderer with no due process without being proven guilty, and you're just going off of your feelings. I mean, who's that helping? Because it ain't helping us, I'll tell you that right now. And you're only making yourself feel better doing that. I mean, let's be real. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get over to the next video here. I think we're gonna go ahead and do this Pierce Morgan one for a little bit. Let's get into it right now.
America has played scared. Let's just face it. We haven't had a expansionist president in our lifetime, period.
There is a huge hypocrisy in the way that most people in the West have even paid attention to what's going on in Iran. In just 3 days, we don't have an exact death toll, but it could be more people than have been killed in Gaza in over the 3 years.
Oh my God, that's preposterous.
And you are
shouldn't
so
just
privileged.
invent statistics.
We just had Homegirl talk about how there's 70 to 80,000 people who've been slaughtered in Iran.
It's not 70 or
people might have been
80,000
slaughtered
in Gaza.
I got him
Homegirl
elected
is
twice. He
hilarious.
was stone cold loser.
You're a stone cold loser. Your response?
I guess he's got this stone cold stunner thing that's happened to him, and maybe he's confused and thinks I'm Steve Austin.
Really?
As the bodies of protesters pile high in Iran, one fact stands clear in a deeply complex debate about American supremacy. The Islamic regime is vile. We don't need to speculate about executions, torture, and the repression of...
Oh, and I did find that video about Jake Lang, the guy who was out here putting Qurans and pig mouths and all that good stuff. You know what? Like I said, I mean, shout out to freedom of speech. You can do that, but yeah, those consequences though, man, when they come, don't expect nobody to feel bad for you. Jesus, look like they cracked him in the head with a cinder block. You can tell he's disoriented. Yep, disoriented. Yeah. I mean, you know what? Let me just to give y'all a life lesson real quick. You know, the guys like Jake Lang that think it's okay to disrespect the religion, a group of people like that. I mean, bro, it's all fun and games until the consequences come at you. And I mean, when you lead with hate, you get hit with hate. Now, I'm going to say it again. When you lead with hate, you get hit with hate. He led with hateful rhetoric. He led with hateful protesters. And guess what he got hit with? A hateful brick. I mean, my bad, message, which came in the form of a brick. So I'm actually happy he's okay. I did not ever want this man to honestly die nor be hurt. So I really wish that didn't happen to him. But when you lead with hate, you get hit with hate. And that's just how it rolls. I mean, call it karma, call it cosmic retribution, whatever you want to, whatever name you want to put on it. Just know you come out with that hateful rhetoric. Don't be surprised if some hateful punches or some hateful bricks come your way. But I'm glad he's okay. He does look a bit disoriented, but he'll be fine. Don't worry, he'll be back out. Hey, yeah, you can see the blood behind his ear. Yeah, you can see got right there on the crown, and you can see the blood dripping down. Yeah, he's dazed. He's completely dazed. Joe's barely able to stand up. Let him go. Damn. And you see what happens when you spread that much hate. I mean, and here's the thing, bro. Like, I'm okay with this man being all anti-Islam, even though I'm the opposite of that, to be quite honest with you, because I'm all about freedom of speech. But the way bro was doing it, he wasn't doing it intellectually. He wasn't trying to dominate these guys intellectually and call out the hypocrisy of scripture or anything like that. No, he just came with straight hateful rhetoric. I mean, and when you do it like that, yeah, you're going to get that same energy back. I mean, if you try to come in it with intellect, then yes, you're going to have these Muslims over here trying to debate you on it, and you can eviscerate them that way. And that's coming with intelligence. You're going to get hit with an intelligence. But if you come with hate, you're going to get hit with hate. I mean, he's over here shaking bacon in their faces while they're trying to pray. I'm like, it's a bit distasteful. Just like you got a distasteful response with that brick hitting your head. I'm just like, karma's a bitch. But all right, man, let's get back to our guy, Piers Morgan. But I'm glad he's okay, though.
Women, because the regime wants its own people to see the consequences of its dissent.
Oh, yeah, not gonna lie. I know you're not talking about Jake. I know you're talking about that Sharid guy. Yeah, not gonna lie. Yeah, that Sharid guy disgustes me too, Tove. Me too.
Of their dissent. We don't need to exaggerate Iran's support for global terror because the regime wants its own people to believe in its power when it leads them in chance of death to Britain and death to America. And we don't need to amplify Iran's brutality because the regime itself says that thousands have died in this crackdown and that some protesters could be hanged today. President Trump last night implied that Iran was close to crossing his red line.
If they hang him, you're going to see some things that I don't know what where you come from and what your thought process is, but you'll perhaps be very happy.
What do you mean by that?
We will take very strong action if they do such a thing. We will take very strong action. We don't want to see what's happening in Iran happen. And, you know, if they want to have protests, that's one thing. When they start killing thousands of people, and now you're telling me about hanging, we'll see how that works out for them. It's not going to work out good.
You can, of course, question whether and why this is our fight. You can worry about what regime change looks like in reality. You can vehemently oppose British or American troops being sent to any Middle Eastern conflict. But the only humanitarian position is to be deeply and vocally appalled by what Iran's leaders have done to the people of a once great country. Many influential people who were justifiably outraged by the atrocities in Gaza have said little or nothing about the mass murder of Iranian protesters. They're so wedded to opposing Israel that anything Israel could benefit from is automatically deemed suspicious or wrong. To be clear, it works both ways. Many prominent supporters of Israel, who suddenly found a very deep concern for human rights in the Middle East, were cheering the IDF as children starved or were killed. There's a big debate to be had about President Trump's sudden zest for global meddling, and we're going to have it. But whatever happens next, the Iranian protesters deserve our support, and there can surely be no real debate about that. Well, joining me now is Kentucky Republican Senator Rand Paul. Senator Paul, great to have you back on Uncensored.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
What do you make of what is happening in Iran? As we're about to start this interview, it's been announced the United States is pulling out military personnel from its air base in Qatar. That is the largest air base in the Middle East for the American military. How significant do you think that is? Are we about to see more strikes along the lines of what we saw last summer?
You know, I think the one thing we can all agree on is we hope and wish for the best for the Iranian people. You know, we'd love to see them live in a free society. As you mentioned, Iran was once a great country. It's a populous nation, has great natural resources. For many, many decades, they were leaning towards Europe. They had Western traditions. They were open. You didn't see veils on the women dressed in Western wear. They were very open. It was an intellectual society. Many of those intellectuals ultimately fled over time as the religious zealots took over. So we all want what's best for them. My concern with bombing Iran, though, is that you might get the opposite. Right now, the ire, the dander, the emotion and the protest is to oppose the mullahs, to oppose the religious government. The problem is when bombs begin dropping from Americans, will that shift the anger of the people away from their mullahs? Will they rally around their flag, and will nationalism supplant? Will the anger towards America dropping bombs be greater than their anger towards the mullahs? So I think there's a danger that you shift the balance here away from the freedom movement. And so I would be very, very cautious with doing this. I'm also kind of a stickler for the Constitution. I think you don't bomb anybody without asking the people through their representatives.
Yeah, I mean, Donald Trump is being increasingly bellicose in his rhetoric about this, but what he can actually do, which doesn't have the impact that you just warned about, is a matter for a lot of conjecture, I think. Do you think, separate to what America may or may not do, do you feel, as many seem to, including the German Chancellor, that we are at a genuine tipping point with this Iranian regime, that it could fall?
You know, I don't know if I have the particular insight to tell you one way or the other. I can tell you that even growing up during the Cold War, I was always perplexed. You know, how could people live under Stalin? How could 37 million people die and that the people didn't rise up. There's always more people than there are, autocrats. How does a few autocrats, or maybe a few thousand of these mullahs, how do they control a country of 60, 80 million people? How does that happen? And so I am perplexed that they don't, but I don't have particular insight as to when it happens. I will say that I was struck at the end of the Cold War, how we all worried about a nuclear war. We worried about a war with Russia that would occur, and instead it just sort of disappeared almost. I mean, just the walls came tumbling down, and large protest after large protest transformed into freedom. And I hope and wish for that. And I just don't know that bombs facilitate it. I'm worried that American bombs, will have the unintended consequence of actually delaying freedom for Iran.
Would they be constitutional bombs?
Got a question.
Donald Trump.
Yeah, what's up?
Why don't we just do a Berlin airlift over Iran?
A Berlin airlift?
That is what broke communism. Fucking giving the actual people, food, fucking internet, fucking all of these things. Instead of dropping bombs, just give them support and give them American dollars, give them all these things.
You know what? I'm just gonna say it. I think there's a propaganda out there that's making us frame that there's this huge group of resistance towards the government that they may not actually have. Or let's be honest. I mean, that common sense would say, why not do that? Unless we're not really so sure about the number of anti-government guys there actually is, or if the numbers are closer than what people say. Because remember, we keep on getting told that 90% of them want them gone. But I'm sorry, but every time this guy almost gets overthrown, they don't reflect that. But hey,
I mean, again, that's a prisoner and guard fallacy that you're falling into. You could have up to 90.
I'm not really, but go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
You can have 90% of a country not like something, or 90% of a country that's being held hostage not want something, and the 10% with guns can stop them from uprising.
Yeah, but let's be honest though. At a certain point, if it's 90%, then all we would need to do is give them guns, and we'd have got that uprising we wanted a long time ago. So I don't think it's like a 90% Iranians. Shoot, I won't even say 80% of Iranians actually want the government gone. I know there's a big number, but think about it like this. I'm kind of seeing it like America. Think about it like this, bro. There's a lot of people that want our president gone, our government gone. Bottom, and there's millions of these people, but does it make up majority? And let's be real, we could probably say there's a good 10 to 20% of America that wants our government gone right now. But is our government gone? No.
Right, but we are not a dictatorship. We are a democracy. You're framing apples to oranges.
Not real. No. Here's the thing, though.
Iran's a democracy.
If somebody wanted, but here's the thing, though. You're just saying that it doesn't matter if they're a democracy or a dictator. If most of the people don't like the government, then the government should be replaced, regardless of democracy or dictator. There should still be some type of revolution.
That's an oxymoron. If it's a dictator, that means by definition the people don't want it.
No, not
by
really.
definition.
Some people act, and here's the thing: we see him as a dictator. There's a lot of people who see him as a religious leader. So we also got to have that. We also got to understand that not everybody has that mindset that he's a dictator.
I mean, people that are the people that are dying in the street might disagree with you on that, but
I mean, but the people who are at the government protests, so it would also be like, hey, they were just getting rid of the people that was causing all the ruckus. And it may not be a bigger group as we think, or think about it. Like, we'd have been did what you did, Monty. It'd have been done.
We haven't done that since World War.
If majority of America wanted to overthrow our government, just be honest with you, like China, Russia could all come over here, start giving that big population weapons, and they can get our government overthrown, regardless of our democracy.
With that, we have weapons. That's so it's a dynamic that you're completely missing. We live in freedom, and they live in total religious isolation. There is a difference.
I mean, here's the thing, though. The problem is you believe, and I mean a lot of people in America believes that, there's a huge number of these guys just against our government. This is what we've been told, but that's not what's been reflected on the ground. And I honestly think we need to get down with that idea that apparently there are enough people in the there's enough people that support the Ayatollah to be around to the point that, I mean, like, maybe maybe it ain't worth the
So I
squeeze or
mean,
putting
the
into
same
it.
argument can be made about the Taliban and ISIS. Like that doesn't
Yeah, I know,
mean
and they
you
took
just let.
over regardless. I mean, we got an ex-ISIS, running Syria right now.
There was people that were loyal to Saddam, but that doesn't mean that Saddam fucking deserved to stay in power. Like, that is a flawed argument. Just because someone likes the oppression of the other people in the country, that's not how that works. That's not how humanity
Actually, it
works.
doesn't matter, be real with you, bro, because if there's a large number of people who support the government, even if you don't believe that there still might be that large group to why the Ayatollah have not been taken out of power yet.
So apply the same logic to any dictator ever. Apply that logic to Maduro.
Yeah,
It
Maduro.
doesn't hold.
There's people
It
actually
doesn't.
no, it does hold, because there's people in Maduro right now in Venezuela right now as we speak who is running a whole militia group right now that's supposed to be about protecting the community, and they're asking for Maduro back. They're saying the only person they want to lead is Maduro, and this all came out today actually. So yeah, the same thing applies in Venezuela. We have the perception that maybe there's more supporters for Maduro than we know, but we spin it to the American people to sell us into this as, oh, well, majority of people want this, but that may not be true.
I mean, elections say otherwise, but I mean,
elections can be stolen.
Yeah, they were by the losing party. That's what
I
an election
mean,
being stolen means. That
shoot, we could have been the one that stole the election. We just said, oh, well, my bad, but he could have actually won the election, and because we don't like
But facts
Maduro, we
don't
just said
support
that he
that.
didn't win.
You are being speculative. Facts do not support what you're saying.
I mean, isn't the Maduro regime still in power? Isn't not there people in the streets of Venezuela wanting Maduro back? Yeah.
So because the people with guns can stay in power, that means they're legitimate?
I mean, to be quite honest with you, bro, yes. If they got the guns and they're able to stay in power, then yeah. If we can't remove them, if we got to remove them and not their people, then they're always going to go through this endless cycle of dictators. I mean, it's kind of been proven when it comes to us involving a regime change. I mean, look at regime change right now. We still got Delcy Rodriguez. We still got Maduro regime in there. They still got their militants all through Venezuela. Did we really liberate them from that regime? No, not really.
I mean, that's from a humanitarian standpoint, that's a very callous way to look at it. Just because there might be the possibility that, there's 5 people in the Iranian government that want to keep oppressing their people.
I mean, that's what you believe, but it might be way more than just 5, my friend. That's all I'm trying to put out.
I'm being hyperbolic, but you get the point. It's very easy to hang on to power when you have an upper hand over the people. Not that the people want you in power.
Yeah, but let's be real though. If there's enough people, I'm be real with you though, but if the people don't agree with you, 9 times out of 10, you're out of there.
Why is everybody fleeing these countries? Why is it if everybody's so
they don't like the regime? There's some people who like it, some people who don't. I get that part. But that's what I'm saying. I mean, all the people who don't like the regime fled. So all the people who do like it stayed. And I mean,
or the people that didn't have the opportunity to flee, maybe because they're poor and haven't had fucking money, because Iran's currency's gone through the fucking roof, as Venezuela's has gone through the roof, and inflation makes it impossible to leave.
They believe their leader, or they believe their leaders, and they believe that U.S. sanctions are the reason for their suffering. They don't really blame their leader. I mean, hey, there's so many ways to look at it. But all right, though, let's just keep it going.
Many feel is riding roughshod over the Constitution and over what his powers as president are. And we're going to come to Venezuela in a moment, because I know you've been quite vocal about that. But, is he able to just launch a bombing campaign against the mullahs without prior debate and support from Congress, for example?
Our founding fathers were very clear. They debated this from Jefferson to Hamilton. The entire spectrum of the founding fathers believed that the war power had been placed, the initiation of war, the declaration of war had been placed in the legislature. But can he do it? If Congress lacks any kind of ambition to protect their legislative power, yes. And that's what's been going on for 70 some odd years. their strongest argument is, well, we've always done this. We've been doing it for 100 years. Who are you to say we can't do it? But we had an interesting briefing yesterday. We read the Office of Legal Counsel's formal declaration or legal arguments for why the president had the power to do this. Their main argument is that there isn't a war. So I asked the young assistant attorney general when he came to our lunch, I said, well, what is a constitutional war? And he said, well, you have to have, scope, duration, and extent, and you have to have like a lot of casualties. I said, how many casualties? And he said, well, that's not really defined, but a lot. And I said, well, how do we decide on initiating a war if we don't know if it's a war until after we count the casualties?
Oh, and shout out TB. She says NK doesn't know. Well, whoops. There we go. All right, there we go. But she says, shout out to TB. She says, NK doesn't know any better doesn't know any better than what they have. So wait, North Korea? Okay, yeah, North Korea doesn't know any better than what they have. Mexico is ran by the cartels. Even when the people rose up in Mexico, they ended up becoming the cartel themselves. Yeah, well, let me be real with you. In Mexico, the cartel takes out whoever isn't aligned with the cartel. And if you make it through the political run as a politician in Mexico, well, more than likely, you're working with the cartel. More than likely. I mean, that's their problem.
Yeah, but it lands at our doorstep.
I mean, yeah, that's true. It does land at our doorstep, and us tackling the cartel is reasonable. But us tackling the cartel is not us saying that we want regime change or we want that lady out of power.
I mean, when the cartel runs the regime and you want to get rid of the cartel, that is regime change.
So, bro, I mean, we do know that the cartel runs it, but here's the thing, though. We don't know if it's directly through. Actually, know what?
Come on. You literally just said if you get the power, you're working with the cartel.
I said more than likely. You got through there through the cartel. So even if we crack down on the cartel, we'd have to have proof that, or we could hit her with the Maduro and just say that she is working with the cartel and just be like, all right, let's go and get her. Which, let's be honest, I mean, why haven't we done that with her already? If she's one of the, I'm be real with you, Mexico, one of the main offenders when it comes to transporting drugs. I'm sorry, but the top offender of transporting drugs,
China.
And we haven't got a rap out of there. We didn't hit her with the same thing we hit Maduro with.
Because we're not going, we don't, Mexico is not strategic to Russia or China. That's the long short of it. Like,
that is true.
It's not, we're talking about foreign policy and foreign policy affecting domestic policy. That is the reasoning behind why we do what we do. And you can sit back and say, oh, that's not right, or that's whatever. It doesn't matter, because guess what? In Russia, they don't have a process to fucking neuter themselves before they do something. Putin wants to do something, he goes and does it. So we can sit back and debate the semantics of why we shouldn't take out an adversary of ours while Russia just continues to prop them up. Or we can just realize that we can just do things that benefit America.
Yeah, in our self-interest. So, which I have honestly no problem against. The only thing I don't like is, well, honestly, you know what? It's the way we're selling it and the way people are going about it. That's a bit like, oh man, I wish that was true, guys, but no, that's not.
It's not true. And you know what my position is on it. You know, yeah. I maintain that they're not doing this for the people of Venezuela. They're not doing this for the people of Iran. They're trying to take out a major threat to American prosperity. Yep. And I don't have a problem with that.
Me neither.
Now, the reason it's being sold to the American people, because 50% of the American people, I'd say higher than that, 90% of the American people are dumbasses and aren't analytical like you and I are. And so you got to sell it as, oh, we're trying to help the people.
Which we all would like.
Otherwise, public support would fall through the fucking floor on it.
True. Because then it's going to be like, oh, this is another war that we're getting into.
War for oil.
Yeah. And I mean, if we do take off the whole helping the Venezuelans, helping the Iranian part, I mean, yeah, it was all about our interests. I mean, Venezuela's working too close with our enemies in our hemisphere. Yeah.
Yeah. And
Iran?
that's why the
Well,
United States has maintained the policies throughout presidencies. Like it's never been about the Iranian people. Like as much as I want I want the powers to be overthrown to help the Iranian people. The reason our foreign policy is the way it is not to help the Iranian people.
yeah. I mean, and that's what I think a lot of people need to understand. Here's the thing. I mean, you can still be okay with this, understanding that it's all about American self-interest. I always do say, it's like, look, if any country threatens our petrodollar, our dollar dominance, then yeah, they kind of got to go, because the prosperity of my people.
That'll screw us.
Yeah, it's like, bro, I'm sorry, but the prosperity of my people means more than your sovereignty. It sounds fucked up, but that's just the reality.
And I think personally, that's what putting America first looks like. You put American people first. That's why now that these protests have died down, now all the quiet and talk and stuff about going and screwing up Iran has kind of also subsided, because that window or whatever that you could have really lit the tinderbox off, that's gone. You can't do it with the Iranian people's support now.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing is, that's what they were telling Trump, is like, yo, we just kind of missed that window, and if we attack them now, we'll kind of just be here, not ourselves dirty, because we kind of already got up out the region, but we'd have been kind of doing Saudi Arabia and Israel dirty, because I mean, like, let's be real, who's going to attack us? If anything, the best way to attack us is to attack our allies.
And that also hurts our interests as well. Saudi Arabia is a big ally, and it economically a huge ally.
But we did take one thing away from Iran. We did take a playing card away from them by taking over Venezuela, because now if they close the Strait of Hormuz, it's not really bad.
We're gonna open up the we're gonna open up the Gulf of America, baby.
Literally.
The Caribbean Ocean. Yeah,
literally. We're just about to streamlining from Venezuela.
That's why I say don't listen to what politicians say. Look at what the results of their actions are. That's the reason they're doing something.
And yeah, and I do admit, it's like the anti-war guys are like, look, I love these guys, to be quite honest with you. I don't want to get into war either. But then at a certain point, I mean, bro, is this leading us into war, or are we looking after our self-interest? Because like, go ahead.
We didn't want to get into war, and then Pearl Harbor got attacked. Sometimes the fight comes to you.
Yeah. And I mean, and the way China's hitting us, they're not hitting us with a Pearl Harbor, they're hitting us economically. So
they learned their lesson.
Yeah.
Because you can't start a war over economics. That just looks wrong.
Literally. But hey.
Or after we know the extent of the war, after we know how long it is, or how many boots on the ground. You don't really know that at the initiation. The initiation is really to say, we're at war with these people because we're really angry because they did this, or they attacked our shipping, or they attacked our outpost. That's what the initiation of war is. But these people say, well, this isn't a war, and you'll know it's a war later on someday. But then how do we initiate a war that's already after the war's over? I mean, it's crazy circular logic. But this is
it's not circular. He's making it intentionally circular. It's not circular. When someone says, hey, when you have a large amount of life and you have an extended invasion and an occupation, that is a war. At that point, you have violated the War Powers Act, and you have violated the War Powers resolutions and stuff. That is a violation of it. But just taking an attack, taking a strike or an arrest, it's not an act of war. Now, Iran has declared war on us. Like, according to Article 2 of the Constitution, the president and Congress are supposed to defend the United States against an imminent threat. Iran has threatened to attack us and declared war on us. Like, let's not forget that.
Well, actually, this is how it played out. It was the Iranian president who says that he did say that we're in a war with the United States, Europe, and Africa. Yeah. So
that is declaring war. When a president when a president says we are at war with somebody, that is a declaration of war. Because I don't know about you, did we declare war on Iran?
Here's the thing. No, we didn't. We didn't. But here's the thing, though. I don't think Iran declared war on us, to be quite honest with you.
No, they formally when a head of state says we are at
Then it would
war,
have to be the Ayatollah then.
the president is the head of state. We don't
That's true.
recognize fucking religious leaders.
I mean, yeah, but they
Because
do.
we're a
Because think
secular.
about it, like the whole reason why they can't create a nuclear weapon, the fatwa or whatever they want to call it, is because of the supreme leader. So he has main say in what goes on in Iran. So like, look, if you don't like what the president's saying, he can come in there and just be like, yo,
It's like the King of England, though. Like the King of England holds no power. It's a ceremonial figurehead.
Oh, okay, no,
But
that's not the Ayatollah. The Ayatollah is like basically like what the monarchy basically used to be in a way with the parliament and all that. Like, all right, because even when it comes to the president is chosen by the Ayatollah. Like he'll choose 5 candidates, people will vote for their favorite one, and that's the one that he'll, talk to the people. So in a way, the president in Iran is basically like a link
appointed
people. Well, he's voted for, but he as a candidate, he's appointed.
Well, he's appointed,
for,
but he's confirmed by the people.
Yeah.
I mean that's a parliamentary representative. So I mean it's
so
still.
I'm not sure if like we can take his little we're in a war. I think that would have to actually come from the Ayatollah for the Iranian people to take it seriously. It coming from the president, I don't think they meant to.
It doesn't matter who takes it seriously. America should take a declaration of war against America seriously.
Man, I don't know. I think if they was actually going to war with us, the first thing right out the gate, instead of just did they say it, and the Strait of Hormuz would have been shut down right there and then. Like just
they can't shut down the Strait of Hormuz, man.
They can.
No, they can't.
Oh yes, they can, bro. They could definitely shut down the Strait of Hormuz. They can do it.
And our Navy will open it up in 24 hours.
And then we'll be getting into war with these guys, and that is where it will get real. And that's what they want. That's it right there. I mean, that's what be declaring war on us. It's closing down the Strait of Hormuz, knowing that we're going to get into it. There you go. Or if that's
we don't recognize terrorist groups. That's true.
That's true. We don't.
We recognize the Iranian government, the president.
Yeah.
So if the president says we're at war, we're at war.
All right. I don't know about that. Like I said, I'd have to hear from the Ayatollah himself saying.
I mean, at some point we do have to define what a war is. So where do you define it at then? When you define as a declaration of war?
Hold on now. Not really. What will we define as a clear declaration of war? That's what would have to be defined.
Hey, S.E.T, I want to fight you. Are you gonna take that seriously, or are you just gonna be like, nah, he doesn't mean that?
I mean, I don't know. A lot of people, bro, Monty, 90% of people are.
That's fair. That's true. But we're talking about countries, not people.
Yeah. But then even then you can say that about the countries. A lot, even Iran be talking sometimes that don't be stepping. Like, especially when we get involved.
Who's declared war on us that hasn't stepped to it?
But I mean, shoot, even Game is saying you're wrong about the Strait of Hormuz, bruh. Trust me, I do believe they can get that closed down. They can cause heavy interference with it just by attacking Saudi Arabia as well.
No, as soon as the Navy shows up, not a shot has to be fired. That the Iranians learned their lesson last time.
Yeah, but let's be real though. That's gonna be the first tactic they use. If they was to declare war, they're gonna have to be something that lets us know that, okay, this is where they're going. All right, yeah, they actually won it with us. Not to say, oh, well, we feel like we're in a war with you guys in Europe and then do nothing at all.
They didn't say we feel like we're in a war. They said we are at war with the United States, Israel, and Europe.
Yeah, coming from the president, I can't see it. I don't know. I don't know if that's a declaration of war. I like to go with the supreme leader. But then again, I don't know. The United States Congress can declare war without the president, right?
I mean, the United States Congress is supposed to declare war, and then the president is supposed to execute war.
Okay. Then, well, basically, it's the same thing then. All right. Well, I would say this. You're right. And so, in a way, like we'll see the president as their Congress. He pretty much said that. All right. Well, I'm there. Sounds like they're ready to declare war, or not really to declare war, but to accept that they may be getting into war with the U.S. and Europe. But
not to mention, there had to been something credible for us to go and evacuate all of our bases in that area. That's not a
Honestly, I think we
not,
were truly preparing to strike them, and then we got talked out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean that's a good analysis of it, but I don't think we got talked out of it. I think the actual window in which a strike would have helped not the American people, but the Iranian people to continue rising up against their government, that's gone. Now we have thrown the Iranian people under the bus yet again.
Mm-hmm. And now they're going to be faced to be hung, 800 of them. Well, probably already happened.
No. According to the Iranian government, they're not doing that anymore.
Oh, nah, bro. They took it back. They took it back, bro. Yeah. They said,
bro,
no, we're hanging 800 today. I was like, bro, what?
They said that today? They took it. They went back on going back on it?
Bro, that's why Donald Trump was low-key mad in that one interview. He was like, bro, they said they weren't hanging him. Now they're hanging him. It's like, what the hell? I know. It was all within.
He was very clear. If they hang him, I don't know how he would justify that as an imminent threat to America. But if he said that if they hang him, we're going to do something. I mean, he left it obviously vague for a reason. But
yeah, and to keep my toes.
I just think we just need to fucking, instead of dropping bombs in Iran, just drop fucking care packages and keep giving their people food, keep giving them all that fun stuff. And then when the military comes out to try to seize that or tries to shoot because a humanitarian operation, which is what an airlift would be, cannot be shot at. It's not a military operation. So you can either call their bluff and, provoke them to attack you, which we're very good at. We're very good at that.
Mm-hmm.
Just fly fucking B-2s over and drop fucking food. And eventually the Iranian people will be like, oh wow, this is what fucking America's like? That's how you get a fucking group of people to rise up. That's how we did it in fucking Germany.
Well, Monty, man, shout out to General Monty, because I like your plan. I like your plan, to be quite honest with you. It is actually a good plan.
Let the people see what they could have.
All right.
That'll get them to rise up.
And shout out to TB. She says, wait, the rules are set, but we haven't been in war for 50 years or whatever. I mean, like I said, countries can declare war and then not do anything about it. They could talk big and just be like, well, I was just talking and that.
I don't know of any country that's done that, Set. They could, but I don't know of any countries that have done that. If you can find me a country in history that declared war on another country that didn't mean it.
That didn't mean it.
I was just hungry when I said that. I'm sorry.
But actually, I don't think,
because the world's not stupid. The world knows what our constraints on going to war are.
Yeah, that's true.
And if they can sow division into American people, you lose American support for a war, which means you lose the Congress.
I would say when we struck Iran, the way they backed off was, what was it? Said they were going to do a retaliation, to save.
And they shot a missile over Qatar that got shot down.
Yeah,
that was cute.
Yeah, I know. So that's in a way of, talking big but backing down.
They're like, we're going to tell you exactly where the missile is going to come from. You're going to want to intercept it here.
But it would take a lot more wherewithal and courage than this Congress appears to have.
Let's turn to Venezuela. The Senate's expected to take another procedural vote today.
JD Vance broke that tie.
Trump's war powers in Venezuela. You and 4 other Republican senators voted for the war powers resolution that would limit his ability to conduct further attacks in Venezuela. And you said, I think bombing a capital and removing the head of state is by all definitions war. Does this mean we have carte blanche that the president can make the decision anytime, anywhere to invade a foreign country and remove people that we've accused of a crime? Now, Trump, by way of response, said that you and the other 4 Republicans who voted this way should never be elected to office again. And yesterday, he ramped up his Rand Paul rhetoric, calling you a stone-cold loser. Let's take a listen to this.
So one of our top priorities of this mission is promoting greater affordability. Now, that's a word used by the Democrats. They're the ones that caused the problem. The one thing they stick together. They don't have some of the people that we have. They don't have a Rand Paul that votes against everything.
Rant Paul.
I got him elected twice. He was stone cold loser. I went to Kentucky where I won by a lot. I did a rally for him. Then I did another rally. He won. Then I went the second time. He won. Then he votes against all the time. It's just crazy. I don't get it.
It's crazy, and you're a stone cold loser who, without him, wouldn't even be a senator, Rand Paul. Your response? Today's show is sponsored by Oxford Natural, makers of the
Well, we heard from our favorite anti-war guy, Thomas Massey. Thomas Massey, who Trump absolutely hates, because, you know, the word about Thomas Massey is that there isn't a bill that he, you know, does like. You know, and here's the thing, though. The funny about Thomas Massey is that, you know, I actually like him. Personally, I like Thomas Massey. Now, when he was getting in the way of the big, beautiful bill, I mean, I liked what he was saying, because he was like, you know what? Y'all not cutting enough. I'm like, whoa, 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 bro. We got the Democrats having a heart attack right now over the original cuts. And you're saying, no, you guys didn't go far enough. I was like, you know what? I like you. I like you. You're right. We didn't, but we can't have these guys having a heart attack in the Senate.
Well, you know what I was reminded of? You know, Trump was at one time a worldwide wrestler. He was on the WWE. He's actually in the Hall of Fame. And one of his interactions is with Stone Cold Steve Austin. And Stone Cold Steve Austin was famous for his Stone Cold Stunner move, where he kicks you in the stomach and then knocks you down. And so there's actually an episode where Trump is in the ring and he's kicked hard in the stomach and pummeled to the ground. And I guess he's got this Stone Cold Stunner thing that's happened to him. And maybe he's confused and thinks I'm Steve Austin. But this is not worldwide wrestling. And, you know, look, we're mature people. There are many things I support the president on. But, you know, I promise to defend the Constitution. The debate over war powers is bigger than Donald Trump. It's bigger than me. And it's been going on for, you know, my entire lifetime. So I've informed the president it's not personal. Look, I voted for 91% of his legislation. I voted for nearly 100% of his nominees. I've been one of his biggest defenders when he was impeached twice. If he can't appreciate that, that's too bad. But at the same time, I haven't given up supporting the president. I support him on many things. I actually like him personally. I enjoy his time. I've known him for a decade. I've played golf with him dozens of times. And so maybe he'll come around. Maybe this is New York shtick, or maybe this is WWE shtick. I'm not sure what it is.
I think he'll come around. I mean, I've known him 20 years, and the last time I
mean, the problem is that Trump is hanging around all the Republicans that hate guys like Thomas Massey, you know, the anti-war guys that don't want to get into it with Iran and all this good stuff, or any type of conflict at all. And guys like Lindsey Graham and the people that Trump are hanging around hate this guy, hate him. And, you know, Thomas Massey is also real close with Tucker Carlson. And you know what? Thomas Massey is one of the only politicians that don't have a so-called AIPAC guy. Yes, an AIPAC guy. And one of the few politicians that isn't taking money from a Jewish lobby. So, I mean, I got to give it to the man. I mean, he is a pain in the ass sometimes, but he's real or unbought.
Man, you know, I try to be very careful with the Jewish rhetoric, because you know that is how Adolf Hitler got to power, by blaming the Jews for everything.
Yep, like for what was it, banking troubles, like pornography, or all the
for the LGBT movement, fucking
everything.
That is how, and we are shaping up to do the same thing. So either
we are doing the same thing. It's too late, Monty. The anti-Semitism is out of control.
We don't have a Hitler though. That's the
thank God. No, but here's the thing though. I mean, I'll just say it out loud. I'll just be like, you know, it may be anti-Semitic, but are we lying though? I mean,
either one of two things is happening. Either one of two things is happening. The anti-Semitic crowd is good at pushing their propaganda, or Israel is just really involved in everything and the bane of everybody's existence and just need to get annihilated. Which way do you want to go? Which way do you want to go with that conversation?
I mean, I'm going to try to take the middle route on this one and just say that,
Nope. Nope.
it is a bit strange that, a lot of these corn industries are owned by, you know what, I'm just going to hit these guys with the money sign, since they all about the money. There's a lot of them in, the corn industry. There's a lot of them in the entertainment
Beijing
industry.
corn.
And there is also a lot of in our politicians. So, I mean, they have a point, but when they harp on it as if like, oh, every bad thing that's happened in America is the Jews, it's like, all right, bro, you're taking it too far. Of course, the influence in our government, yeah, that's a problem. I mean, influence in certain industries, having overdominating influence in certain industries, we could talk about that. But when you try to sit there and make it like it's all Jews, like it's each and every one of them, they all follow the Talmud and all this wild stuff, world jewelry, that's where I'm just like, all right, bro, you're going too far. You're trying to throw everybody under a bus for the few evil rich guys are doing.
And I mean, what it really boils down to are envious people that can't fucking get anything ahead in life that want somebody to blame it on. We have built a culture of, if I just blame it on somebody else, if I blame all my problems on you, S.E.T, I don't have to be responsible for any of them, because I can just tell everybody and soak in my own piss while I say, oh, if S.E.T wasn't so oppressive to me, I'd be so good. Everything would be perfect. Everything.
It's like, but here's the thing though, like,
see how easy that is? People are weak-minded.
Yeah, and I get that, but here's the problem though. The problem with talking about it is that you can't go too hard on them. You cannot go too hard. You can't sit there and say it's all of them.
I can, bro.
But you can sit there and call them out on, hey, if you could prove it, they can't say anti-Semitic. If you could prove it, you ain't anti-Semitic. But if you just saying it without proving it, it ain't gonna look too good. But then again, though, I've been
why is there never proof? That's what I'm saying. Why is there never proof? So it sounds like the anti-Semitic crowd has their propaganda turned all the way up.
Yeah, I mean, no, they got their talking points down pat.
And that's what gets repeated, and none of it's actually been proven.
I mean, sure, you want to get a little bit of anti-Semitic? I got some nice content from a little bit of anti-Semitism, to end it off a little bit. Let me see here, because there was like an interview between this, so funny. It be the highly Christian guys, the guys who are really Christian, bro. Those guys, I ain't gonna lie, those guys are the ones that get hit with the anti-Semitism label all the time. It be the most religious Christians. They get hit with the anti-Semitism. Why? Yeah, Nick Fuentes. I mean, shoot. Yeah, that's one of the best examples is Nick Fuentes. And there's other examples like people who are not as famous as Nick Fuentes.
I think that entire anti-Semitic argument, the entire Jewish argument, is just something that you can label somebody so that you don't have to listen to them. That's all it is. That's all it is.
Here's the thing, though. I think that it's okay to talk. Look, if it's relevant and you could really point out that there is some type of Jewish mafia that was out there, doing all this crazy stuff, which you can actually when it comes
Zionist terrorists.
Yeah, Zionism is real. The Jewish mafia, that was real. Them sending money to Israel, that was real. But I mean, if you want to sit there and base that on every conspiracy theory in America,
it's like blaming the Illuminati for everything.
Man, literally,
the Illuminati.
Can't do everything. Well, maybe,
bro. That was 2005 to 2015. That was the claim. The Illuminati controls everything. It's a one world government. That's why the pyramids on the back of with the eyeball on the back of the dollar bill. Blah, 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 blah. That's why all the
Yeah, hey, they were cooking, bro. They were cooking.
It's the same argument, and now it's directed at a set of people that have already tried to. There's already been a guy with a funny mustache that likes painting things that tried to exterminate them once. Can we give that group a break? Let's go back after the Illuminati again.
I'm crying. But all right, though, man. Let's go ahead and get back in. Let's go ahead and get into it with our guy Bryson Mitchell. Let's see how long this lasts. I might get canceled for this guy, so it is what it is. Well, sure, I might be canceled already for all we know. Might be.
I was about to say, how many people are in the stream right now?
I mean, let's see here. We got 5 on the vertical. We got 8 on the horizontal. We got about 3 on Rumble. Maybe like two on Twitch and 2 on Kick altogether.
As opposed to like 800 to 2,000 at once.
Yeah. I mean, hey, bro, you know what's so crazy too? Like, it doesn't, my views don't really make sense right now because I got like over probably like 500-600 people watching my shorts like right now. So it's like, it's either they're not seeing my live or like I'm saying, and literally I could not tell you because yeah, it shouldn't be this dramatic of a drop. Like a drop would be me going from like 300 average to like 100. And that's reasonable.
Yeah, that's a drop
But
off. Like,
this is like, okay, yeah, what's going on? So I do got to sit there and actually take some. I don't know. I might have to make some tweaks or whatever. Who knows? But I'm gonna go ahead and I'm still gonna have to hit up YouTube and be like, all right, bro, it's either you're gonna admit this or we're just gonna gonna have to work through it with the gaslight.
They just completely everybody, the 121,000 subscribers that you had. You know what? Not anymore. Screw it. All of them.
I mean, like, bro.
What is the statistical odds of that?
As we speak right now, I have 517 people watching my shorts. I have 135 people watching my clips. And and that's over the past hour, but I've only had 91 people so far watch both of the lives. So it's just like, yeah, I know it don't make sense to be quite honest with you. That's why I just been sitting here like, I mean, sure. I mean, hey, everybody has a bad day, I guess.
Did YouTube change how they count views, like live views?
I mean, damn, that is probably, I mean, nah. They did do engage.
Anytime someone's on it.
Yeah, it's supposed to count it. And I know it's been kind of weird with that, but I have no idea what's going on there.
I know they were screwing around with the shorts views, like between engaged views and how many people actually saw your content and the impressions, but
it is what it is.
Like a little live icon.
Oh, you're not even live on your channel. Like, you know, when you have that little red icon around your channel page, that's not red right now.
I know, that's what's screwing me. I'm looking at it, and this is why I was like low-key trying to text us YouTube support. I'm going like, bro, like y'all telling me there's nothing going on, but I'm literally looking at my channel and I'm supposed to be indicated as going live, but that's not showing. But I'm obviously live.
Do me a favor. Go to your subscriptions. I'm gonna try to figure this out. Go no. On YouTube, go to your subscriptions.
All right, gotcha. Here.
And go to the there's not even a red dot next to your face on like, if because my wife has you subscribed, obviously, and like when you post a video, a blue dot will pop up, but a red dot is not up there right now.
I know it's supposed to be a like, let me show you guys how, like, there's literally supposed to be like a little live insignia right here saying that I'm live, and you should be able to catch it as soon as you're right here. Sometimes my live video will even play right here, in the main part. But
and when you go to your subscriptions, at the top, you should see it red.
I go down here and I'm just like, damn, hold on, I still don't see my live on here. Hey yo, hold on, what in the God's name? Like, then, oh shit, I'm not even in browsing then. I'm not even in the browsing feature if that's the case. Huh.
Did you change something on your channel?
Bro, at a certain point I gotta ask. I might have to hit up YouTube support on that note as well. Cause thanks for pointing that out, actually. Because now that I'm looking at my channel, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm definitely,
because I've gone live and I've looked back and I can see, even if I open it up in StreamYard.
I'll know when you go live. When you're even when one of your shorts pop up, it'll have your little red little glow on it with live. And, or I go on your page and it'll be right here, or I go to the live and let's see here. All right. Well, all right, it shows me here.
Those are up there, yes, but I have to go, like, I can't just click on your profile and open up the shorts live. Like, you know how when you're in the shorts and you discover lives, that's how I discovered yours, is I was just going through shorts. Like, usually when you click that button, it takes you to your vertical live.
I don't know, must be something common going on because, well, YouTube.
Is it reported?
I might be because
Look in
when
the
YouTube
studio
has a
and see
long
if they.
line. Oh no, I already know. In the studio, they'll usually tell you something.
Yeah,
but right now, let me see here.
that's so weird.
News. Let's see. Nope. No, I ain't seen nothing. But I do know. But I do know there's a long line on customer support, so that might tell me something.
I mean, but you're like you haven't been blacklisted because monetization still works because you can still super chat.
Yeah.
And
That's
I mean,
always
I
a
don't have
blessing.
I have YouTube Premium, so I don't know if ads are popping up on your thing. Anybody that does have you that doesn't have YouTube Premium can probably chat in and say, "Hey, I didn't see an ad."
Well, hold on, though.
But
I do got to read TB's stuff real quick because we are falling a bit behind on it. But shout out TB. I wish my parents had taught me as well as Jewish folks teach their kids on money. When the last time you read or saw anything by Shakespeare? I mean,
that's a good fucking point. Sorry, that is
boy,
a good point.
man,
Why are
they
we learning about
do,
Shakespeare and not the Jewish conspiracy to take our usury?
bro. Literally, or I don't know, like financial lessons that the Jews teach each other. I'm just like, what? That's what I'm saying. I can't really hate on that community. I'm like, they are doing the right
No,
things.
they're doing it right. That is rich. That is eat the rich envy that's speaking against Jews, and I don't
Yeah.
stand for that shit.
But I don't know. Let's see these people's thoughts on the whole Jewish conspiracy. And shout out Toe. She said riots and football games. I'm crying. Riots and football games. And shout out TB. She says
Are
that's
there
why I
football
keep
games?
super chatting. Well, hey, shout out TB. She said I'm just making sure you're still up here. And actually, let me see how much it is into because I think we're actually almost there. To be quite honest with you guys, if not
To the
already
call-in?
there. Yeah,
Bro, you're gonna have your entire chat in the call.
like at this point, we are.
It's just me and Tove and TV.
We are literally $1 away, actually. We're literally $1
Hey Brett, send
away.
$1 in.
Like, yeah, to send $1 in at this point because we're literally like $99. I was like,
I
oh,
mean, as long as the people that are as long as it's not screwing with your money, but that's gonna screw with your analytics.
I mean, yeah, that and the reach is like, here's the thing though. It's like as the more likes you get and all this good stuff. Hey,
Yeah.
shout out. Yo, hey, W Monty's wife. Well, all right, guys. Oh, and shout out Tove as well. All right, I got you guys. I'm gonna go ahead and post them.
You got it doesn't matter about quantity, it's quality, baby.
Hey, you gotta appreciate that, man. Shout out to you guys, though. Man. I appreciate y'all. We gonna figure out what's going on.
I don't
stream,
like that.
I shall figure this out.
I hope you're not like shadow banned.
Bruh, and you know the worst part about, like I said, the worst part about being shadow banned is, bro, YouTube will just never just say it. Like I said, you'll get gaslighted and you'll be like, but my views went from this to that, like dramatically. They'll be like, yeah, maybe you need to focus on a different topic. And then they'll be the most grimiest thing. They'll go back to one of your like popular videos and be like, oh, well, maybe you should try this again. I'm like, wow.
That's what I do. It's politics and current events.
Right now.
No, talk about the bombing of Iran 6 months ago, or talk about the election again.
Literally, that's what they'll do with you, and just be like, yeah, just try covering that again. I'm like, really?
It happens every 4 years, YouTube. Come on.
But all right, though, I'm gonna go ahead and get this posted real quick. Let me make sure I got the right one.
At this point, we might as well just take this to Discord and have a conversation in Discord.
I mean, at this point, we going for the long run on this one, guys. We're going for the
I was gonna say stay consistent because that'll help your case. It's like, no, I haven't changed anything.
It's like, yeah, and if they try to tell me I am, then like I said, I'm just gonna have to take the gaslighting because that's what they do. But all right, man, let's get into our guy right here, man. What was his name? Is Bryson Hall?
Man, he looks like he's an inbred.
I'm weak.
Alhamdulillah, my brother. Alhamdulillah. There's all in our government. To say that our Muslims are a threat is ridiculous. We've been bought out by they run our banks. We have a banking system. But yeah, I think that there is going to be some type of civil war. And then as soon as there's a civil war, the Russian and Chinese forces are just going to overtake this country. It'll fall in a day as soon as we start fighting each other. That's what they're waiting for. That's why Russia and China hadn't attacked us yet. They're over.
You ever watch Civil War?
Yeah.
You watched it. So you know the guy with the rose-colored glasses that says, "What kind of American are you?"
Yeah, I do. Ooh.
That's who this guy reminds me of already. 10 seconds in. I'm sorry.
Okay, Bryce Mitchell. That's his name. He's a UFC fighter.
They're talking in their
so he
rooms
can whip
right
my
now,
ass.
and they're saying,
I mean, shout out Bryce Mitchell. I think he's more of like a wrestler, but yeah, he's an all right UFC fighter.
So he can whoop my ass. So let me not talk shit.
I'm weak.
I can't
hey,
back the
if
shit
we just
talking
let
up.
America just prolong the rate that it's at, hey, it's going to destroy itself. We won't have to do as much fighting.
There you go. I can see you. How you doing, Bryce?
I'm doing great, brother. How about yourself?
Doing great. We Bradley Martin, meet Bryce Mitchell.
How you doing, bro?
I'm doing great, Mr. Bradley. How about yourself?
I'm doing good, real good.
Good deal, man. Well, thank y'all for having me. So this is my first Discord. Is this a live event? Is this on?
I believe Sneako's live on YouTube and Kick, right?
Yep.
Oh, good deal. Good deal.
Yeah, we're live right now. Yes, it's good to talk. We spoke briefly 2 days ago. I was outside in New York, but this is good. Get to speak here.
Oh, it definitely is, brother. We had a phenomenal conversation today. Dude, I'm utterly exhausted. I've been doing a logging job. I'm getting a sawmill, and I've got a bunch of equipment for moving around logs, cutting them up into boards and beams and stuff. So I did that all day today. Just unloaded probably about 20 tons worth of logs. Dude, it was a lot of work today, and I hit a water line too with the tractor, and that's what I did today. Unloaded logs and then fixed that water line because I broke it.
Bro, raise hail, praise Dale.
I'm like, hey, it's some country living right there, man. That is real country living.
I respect it. That's if I could live like that, I absolutely respect it.
Right, man. He can basically live off the grid. But I think his whole thing is just starting his own farm and being self-sustaining. At a certain point, I'm like, huh.
At that point, just get out of politics, then.
Literally.
Get you a little bunker.
No, actually, you know who actually does live off the grid? Thomas Maxey.
Of course he does. He's rich as hell.
Yeah, bro. He's rich as hell and an engineer. So he's like bro, if you actually hear how he built this house, it's like you could tell this man's a real smart engineer.
Tell me about this. So I'm gonna get completely off topic because you ain't got an audience anyway. I'm sorry. But so my ideal, like perfect, is to have like a bunker, right, underneath my house, and then have a basement. And inside that bunker, I want like a utility room so that if my house gets completely blown off of its foundation, all of the utilities and stuff, like your water heater, your electrical panel, all that fun stuff, it'll just default to the bunker. So I'd be living just like I was pre-nuclear Holocaust.
Hey, at least you got a plan. Some people don't even got that, Bonte.
I ain't got a plan. It ain't a plan unless I have I can execute it. I don't have that yet. That's my goal. That's an idea. That's a dream.
Hey, at least you got a journey to go on when the zombies come.
Yep, yeah, exactly. Oh shit! Did you hear that, Set?
Yo, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
She said, you know what happened to the last guy that had a dream, right?
Yeah, they killed him. Yeah, there ain't no dreaming around here.
I am not suicidal.
She would 100% kill herself.
Are you dreaming about prosperity and you and your people becoming one? Because I get you shot around here.
We don't like boys with dreams. I'll tell you that much.
Oh shit! Hey,
lesser of world domination.
It's gaming's fault for all the racial slurs. That's why YouTube's shadow ban Set.
You know, I felt bad. I'm like, bro, I hope my slurs didn't cause this.
But the playoffs are happening right now. The playoffs are happening right now, and there are those riots going on.
It's the Cowboys and the Patriots. Two teams I don't care about.
People love the Patriots.
Bro, people don't love the Patriots. They love Tom Brady.
Okay, true, but come on now. I mean, people still like them.
Ain't nobody caring about a team of cheaters that deflate balls.
Allegedly.
Cheaters.
What do you mean allegedly? They got caught, bro.
They actually had to pay a fine for that. Yeah.
I didn't know.
They
Wow, I
should've-
didn't know they actually.
Like,
got
it went to
caught. I thought
court.
that was just people hating.
No, they
No,
got
it-
caught.
they-
That was the
Yeah.
team. That was the year they played up against the St. Louis Rams at the time, and I remember because we should have went to the playoffs because it's written in their contract that if you get caught cheating in the playoffs like that, you are automatically DQ'd and the win goes to the team you were playing against.
Yep.
St. Louis,
and that's why. That's actually why it went to court.
So hold on. So they won the court case, but they didn't get the championship.
Yeah, I mean, a court can't tell the NFL who to make the NFL champion.
Right.
Yeah,
we don't have that level of district court judges.
I mean, damn, they got caught for cheating and got away with it. Like, hey, it don't matter. You got us in court, but you didn't catch us on the field.
Basically.
Well, so here's the thing: if another game happens in the playoffs, then it's kind of a moot point because it should have been challenged right then and there and stopped.
Yeah, true, but apparently nobody was trying to hear that, man. Hey, like I said,
Seth.
you pay those refs off.
Set. So also with the whole technical difficulty thing, you might have to shut the stream down and relaunch it.
Bro, he's done it 3 times.
Oh,
Right.
okay. I didn't know.
Yeah, one on accident and then one intentionally. So 2 times. Yeah, 2 times. If I do it
What are
again,
you-
that would literally be the 3rd time. Then it's just like, all right, if that don't work, then I don't know what to say. But
Well, this is your
That's fair
third
point.
stream, is what I mean.
Yeah.
Oh, God, a joke today.
Toe's been trying to tell this joke since 8 o'clock this morning. You gotta let her go. You gotta let her tell her joke.
All right, go ahead.
And I heard this one this morning. I thought it was hilarious. So if the stork is the bird that that brings babies, what bird prevents babies?
The Democrats? I don't know. What bird?
Ostrich?
The swallow.
Oh no!
Oh, that's
Oh
beautiful.
no!
That's
No,
beautiful.
that was better than I could ever have imagined.
All right, that would call me off guard. Let me go lie. I was about to say, that's wing.
I'm proud of that.
I endorse that. I endorse that joke for President of the United States of America.
Yeah,
All right,
but
I'll
in
give you
terms of anti-Semitism, bro, did you read my comments, bro?
Yeah, you said we weren't going hard enough.
Yeah, you ain't going hard enough, bro. You gotta amp it up, bro. Honestly, I
He
think
already got taken off live one time.
dude, I honestly think
Yeah.
that you guys aren't trying hard enough. You know, just throwing that out there. If you want to be anti-Semitic, bro, you gotta like really get your heels in deep.
You're trying to get
Oh.
legit banned.
Before I
No.
forget, I
Bro,
guess
Seth's
there's
gonna have as many
a-
viewers as the Crystal Lady
Hold
on
up,
YouTube Live.
Hold up, let Tove talk real quick.
Go ahead.
So not only is the riots going on in Minnesota, but there's also a game the Broncos are playing. So that might have something to do with the
But he has a worldwide
viewership.
audience.
I understand. Well, I'm just saying that could be contributing to the lack of views. I'm not saying they're the main reason. I'm just saying that
Yeah.
could be a contributing factor. So,
And all the content might be coming out on YouTube Shorts and stuff. But I mean,
And
he's got
yeah.
3 viewers, and we're all in the chat, or we're all in the stream.
Well, no, there's more than that, and I mean, there's like I wouldn't say more, like a bunch more than, but there was like mine was saying 12, and then there was
It
other
used to be
people.
1,200.
I know we're used to 1,200. It's weird seeing 3. I was
spoiled.
restarting.
And someone wakes it up.
starting YouTube. No. No. I don't mind the roomy. I mean, I don't mind the lack of TDS right now.
It is refreshing. It is refreshing for a little bit.
No. No. Trump
Oh yeah, my
derangement
wife is
syndrome.
very upset at Sid.
What does Sid do?
I understand. I can understand.
Oh, sorry, it's tiny things.
She told when Sid said, "I hope your child gets orphaned." She was like looking up who he was.
Oh, Sid about to die.
I get that. I remember I was like, yo, that was a bit too far. I'm like, bro.
And you put the short up on. You put it as a short too, and I was like, ooh.
That's like
I did.
Yes, you
Yeah.
did.
I rolled through it. I literally, in my discovery, I rolled through it and I played it. And she's like, oh, are you live? And I was like, no, I think this is an old one. And that's the one it was. I was like, yeah, this is the intersection of fuck around and find out. And he's like, yeah, I hope your child gets orphaned. I'm like, oh, whoa.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Hopefully that didn't get too many views.
Oh, we got a lot, probably.
That's probably why you're
because I've been like, wait, really?
That's all right.
How many times did it get reported?
You know, I gotta stop sleep posting. I gotta stop sleepwalking and posting, bro.
Stop letting AI make your clips, bro.
Bro, that's what it is. That's what it
listening
is.
to the clips. That's the problem.
Bro, I'll see the high virality and be like, I want to go viral. Click.
Man, and then you see what they're being said, and you're like, oh, you know, this might go viral, but it might not make some people look the best.
No, you just missed what Loki said about TDS. He has what, tiny dick syndrome?
Stop it. That's hilarious. Oh man, you're gonna have Jet in the comment. Is Jet in there?
He was at one point. I don't know if he had work or something.
Jet
Bro,
having
Jet
a
is
job?
like the old reliable.
Right?
You can always
I
see
know.
Jet in the chat. I don't know.
Come up.
Yeah.
Probably because he just doesn't want to. I didn't want to at first, and then I was like, you know what? I have a big mouth. I can come up.
Yeah, this is true. You do have a big mouth.
You know what a big mouth means, right?
Yeah.
Big lips.
Whoa,
Big words.
You shush.
All right, guys. I guess we can shoot. Well, I guess we can get back to the video. Why not? Why not?
Yeah, let's hit the video.
Go ahead and get right into it.
A nation that loves Jesus Christ. A new superpower that's...
You know, it's crazy. You know what, Gaming? You're going to appreciate this guy. You and this guy are going to be best friends at the end of this video.
Is he from the rural country county?
Yep. And he's
a revolution would be better. But yeah, I think that there is going to be some type of civil war. And then as soon as there's a civil war, the Russian and Chinese forces are just going to overtake this country. It'll fall in a day as soon as we start fighting each other. That's what they're waiting for. That's why Russia and China hadn't attacked us yet. Because they say they're over there talking in their rooms right now, and they're saying, hey, if we just let America just prolong the rate that it's at, hey, it's going to destroy itself. We won't have to do as much fighting. Our country's destroying itself, so their invasion is going to be rather easy.
What do you? Sorry, Sneeko. Go ahead. What do you think? What do you think would fix? How do you think we could fix? I don't know exactly what you believe is the exact problem with this country, but what do you think is the fix? Besides, apocalypse, what it sounds like.
Right. Yeah. An apocalypse ain't even a fix. It's just a new superpower that's, possibly corruptible and evil taking over the fallen world power. The only fix, and I mean the only fix, is a nation that loves Jesus Christ. Every single individual in that nation loves Jesus Christ, and they're living like they love Jesus Christ, not judging their neighbor, shooting their neighbor, hating.
All right, go ahead.
I wouldn't say every single nation, because it wasn't every single nation, even in the Old Testament, every single person. But I would definitely say it has to be a majority of the nation. And there is a deep-seated hatred for the gospel and what it stands for. A while back, you asked me, why aren't more people Christians? Because it requires them to give up the things that they like. It requires a lot of sacrifice that, honestly, people don't want to do. If people don't even want to sacrifice, sodas or whatever for a fast, what makes you think they're about to give up?
Honestly, I think it's why most people turn away from the Abrahamic religions is because of what it demands of you, and people want to live a free lifestyle and hedonism. So
right, and it's easy.
Heathenism is what you mean.
No,
heathens.
Heathen. They want to be heathens.
Hedonism.
Yeah.
Oh, is that the word for it? I'm
Yeah,
dumb. I'm sorry.
hedonism.
Heathen.
So
Um,
it's and they have basically sold, a lot of people have sold out doing hard. That's why you have motivational speeches about people, doing hard stuff, because it's very common for people
Shout out David Goggins.
for people not to do hard stuff. It's used as a cop out and not as a.
That's why we're all fat.
Yeah.
Not all of us. Monty, speak for yourself on the fat comment.
But I say I'm weak.
Hey, she let him know.
I'm on a
She
diet.
let him know.
Hey, all right,
Yeah, you're on the. I did send you. I sent in the stream link or the stream comments there. Tyler Oliveira was in New York in the Jewish community. Oh my gosh, I can't remember. It starts with an H. Hadistic Jews.
Hasidic.
Yeah, Hasidic.
So Hasidic Jews. It was actually really interesting. Because you were talking about it, or since you were talking about it earlier, I was trying to find it again. Well, I finally found it and I sent it. If you obviously you don't have to play it, but if you want to take a look at it, it's really interesting. There's no sanity here, honey.
All right.
We are all insane. Equally.
Exactly.
We're all equally worthless.
Right,
No, not equally worthless. We just look through the government's BS and we say, hey, you guys are making up some BS. And they call us the tinfoil hat gang for calling them out on predetermined BS that we already know is BS. Ain't that some BS?
Yeah, and then 6 months
That's
later,
BS
they're like,
squared.
oh, I wish someone would have told us that. Oh, wait,
We did. Y'all were too busy calling us like deranged and conspiracy theorists, which is a funny term because conspiracy is a group collective to make a what is it?
Crime.
A crime. A conspiracy is not proven. However, we aren't theorists. We're following known breadcrumbs to a very realistic,
patterns.
right? A very realistic outcome.
They're just not good at hiding their conspiracies.
Yeah.
Well, there's an old saying: if you ever want to hide something, hide it in a book. Why? Because it's in plain sight.
Yep.
Not true. All right, guys. Go ahead and get back to our guy, Bryson Hall.
The South will rise again.
Whoa, Bryson.
Hey.
Jesus Christ, not judging their neighbor, shooting their neighbor, hating their neighbor. And it's okay. It's okay actually to judge your neighbor and say what you want about your neighbor. But our country, people hate each other, and there's no love. There's no unity.
Yes,
and the only thing that does that is Jesus Christ, brother. And that's what's wrong with this country. He is the lack of him is the problem, and the abundance of him is the solution.
Do you like what Trump is doing so far in his second term?
You need
Absolutely not. He's been bought out.
Put your icons across the bottom because your face is covered up by the StreamYard QR code.
Yeah.
Crap. Oh yeah, there's too much of y'all in here now. I forgot.
Oh wow, all of two of extra of us.
Yes. Yeah, that's what blocks the face, man. You got to be considerate and save some
Do
space.
the view in view. Make us look pretty.
I'm too sexy for my shit.
Well,
yeah, okay.
That doesn't work out too well.
Out by the everybody knows that.
Whoa.
Everybody knows.
Bad words.
Do you like what Trump is doing so far in his second term?
Absolutely not. He's been bought out by the everybody knows that. Everybody knows that. He's done touched the wall and probably kissed it when nobody's looking.
What is Jew?
Is a monument to Herod. Herod is who Jesus was killed.
Is the word Jew getting bleeped?
Yes.
You can't say Jew anymore?
Bro, is it like, let's be real. Yeah, if I was to post you saying that multiple times in the word Zionist, bro, I'm be real with you. They're gonna they're gonna make it as suitable. Yeah, no, there are certain things you are. That's why I use the word Jew very rarely, unless I really need to say it to get the point across. Or I'll
is it a slur now?
Yes.
Yeah.
They're trying to make it a slur.
I mean,
But
bro,
that's their name. That is literally it's a Jewish person is called a Jew.
Yes.
I
Yeah,
know,
but
but
It's
that's
people
kind of
use
like
it.
the N-word.
It's unfortunate the way people use their tone when they use it, or the way they, and that's why
Oh
they're
my
doing it.
goodness. Oh my goodness.
yeah.
Man, I'm about as shocked as I was when I realized you can't say what is that word? Oriental.
Bro, Zionist is also one of them too.
Zion, but they oh my god. What?
Yeah, I know it's like a
What?
political ideology, but you can't say that, bro. Back in like you can't say it a lot, and you can't make it like theme of videos. You can't make the Jewish people the whole theme of a video.
What? Are you
Yeah,
serious?
so serious. I mean, you gotta watch yourself when you talk with the way you talk about them boys. You know, they got money, man.
It shouldn't
Lawyers.
matter, bro. Maybe if they weren't busy, you know.
I mean, bro, do you not, bro? You know they're creating freedom of speech laws in like what Australia for anti-Semitism. So means you can't talk about Jews.
So
if we're gonna have riots in the streets, that's what you have riots in the street over.
So you want to know what's crazy about this
Yeah.
is that when they're talking about, oh, we are, you know, the real children of God, this, that, and the other, you know, God in the Old Testament straight up domed Jewish people for doing stuff exactly like this.
That's
like go read Chronicles, go read Isaiah and Ezekiel. When people talk about, you know, how bad Christian is and we always demonize and judge everybody else, bro, the Jews are regularly getting cracked off on because they wouldn't listen to God.
I mean, bro, they love their idols. I mean, shoot, they worship the idols and then pray to God on the weekends.
It's not even praying to God. What they would do, but part of the reason why the Babylonian Empire was allowed to basically take them into captivity was because not only did they not care about the things of God, they regularly hated hearing God's name.
This is like bleeping out the word Christians or bleeping out the word fucking Muslims.
I mean,
what?
do you remember when they went crazy about the whole Christ is King thing? Bro, Christ is King, bro. Saying that Christ is King became anti-Semitic after a while. I was like, that's what Candace Owens was getting heat for.
Yeah.
The whole Christ is King part. I was like, bro, to a point, I was like, bro, what's wrong with saying that again? I mean,
what?
Don't you have the right to express your religion?
They don't like Jesus Christ. They think
they really don't.
They think he is a idol, and actually they kind of did help the Muslims help the Muslims think that he's an idol. If I'm being completely honest.
I am.
Yeah, because like,
I
you know, the
am
Muslims
floored
kind
right
of
now.
have like the half-ass story. Because think about it, the Muslims is a bit weird because they don't believe in, like, you know, him being the son of God, you know what I mean, or the angel of the Lord, or however you want to take it. But they do believe in him coming back. I always did think it was a bit weird. Well, how do y'all believe in the resurrection without him, you know, giving him the divinity as well? That was
I was gonna say, how do you have divine powers without being divine?
Yeah, but like you're telling me, like you didn't believe he's divine power, but you guys also believe he's gonna be the one to come back, you know, during the rapture. Like they believe that.
Yeah,
So maybe he comes back with divine powers.
No, he always had divine powers. The thing is, when they're talking about coming back with the rapture, I need people to understand he's not coming back, you know, to bring glad tidings and be like, "I love you." So he's coming back to quote
to destroy the earth.
To quote Revelations, with his robe dipped in blood, he's going to make war with people. He's not coming back to be friendly. That was the first time.
Yeah, because remember the whole thing. Remember about the Antichrist? That's what the war is supposed to be between the Antichrist and Jesus, and of course, I think they say he's supposed to come like midway through.
No, he's gonna come at the end. That's noted in Matthew chapter.
No, bro, I ain't gonna lie. There's a lot of debate on that. Like if he's gonna become at the beginning, middle, or end.
So the middle. So what actually happened with that was there was an actual whole push for the Jews at the time to basically
hold on, you gotta censor him now.
To basically make it seem like they were the chosen ones and Jesus coming back from them. No, Jesus explained to the people exactly what was gonna be happening at the time. And Daniel, who is about 500 or so years prior to the birth of Jesus, even God even had him write visions about what the state of the world was going to look like, and there was some parts of the Bible that were so detailed, that were so specific to us, that he had Daniel basically seal it away in the book, so that way people can't claim to have, oh, well, we already knew this was going to happen and blah blah blah, and that's not the case.
My head hurts from the
Well,
spin.
we'll see, man. We'll see. Like they said, it'll come in a thief of a night. It'll come like a thief in the night.
Let me get right with God real quick.
I know, but it's just gonna pop off any moment. I was like, well, but then here's the thing, though. There is a good part about this, guys. I mean, low-key, during the
Eternal
rapture,
heaven.
it's gonna be pretty hard for you to deny Jesus once, apparently it's supposed to be a worldwide message heard in all tongues and languages before he comes.
So actually, with that, what that's going to entail thoroughly. So God says in Revelations that he's going to allow a strong delusion to come upon people. And if you look at what's happening with AI, isn't it harder and harder and harder to distinguish AI from reality?
No, stop.
No,
Actually,
seriously.
it is.
And you really need to consider this, and then look up Project Bluebeam. That was leaked.
Are you saying that's going to be the Antichrist, or
no? It's going to be a combination of things. The Antichrist is going to come, and if you look at his description, nobody will be able to buy nor sell without the mark of the beast. And now I know this for a fact because in 2019, a lot of kids from the first robotics competition while we were in high school were complaining about some of our designs from our robots being stolen. That was a real thing. And first robotics came under scrutiny because a lot of the stuff that they stole, we had engineers' notebooks documenting that, yes, we did in fact come up with this work. We did in fact come up with problems to these solutions, but nothing ever became of it. Now, if you fast forward to 2019, what do we got? A lot of these robots and a lot of these, artificial intelligence programs are actually direct ripped copies from students who participated in robotics from around the world. Also, RFID chips, that's another thing.
Oh no.
No, it's really a thing. You can't, they even say when you get an RFID chip, you can't remove it without basically killing yourself or causing significant damage.
Oh, we don't have no. Are you talking about, what are you talking about, RFID chip?
Radio frequency subdermal plants.
No, I know what an RFID is, but we don't, that's not something we have.
No, we haven't legalized it yet, but there's a couple of states where it's already a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy. But like I said, though, from what I read about the rapture is that, you know what? I mean, if you never believed in Jesus then, you won't believe in Jesus when the rapture comes. If you question it, if you question Jesus, you'll know. Usually when a thundering voice comes out the clouds, talk about he's coming, usually that convinces a lot of people. Usually that's damning enough evidence.
That's hopeful thinking, but it literally says in the Bible, many are called, but few won't answer.
I know, and that's fine. But that's just the ignorance, and the few will answer. That's absolutely fine. I'm not really tripping about that. I just like the fairness of it. That's all I like. I like the fairness of it. I'm like, all right, you're giving people one last chance to get right. I can respect that.
Well, it's not really to get right. It's to know Jesus, to be known by Jesus, and to form a relationship with him. That's getting right. That's why I said part of Christianity that people don't talk about, and it's really bad that they don't, is they also need to understand the process of sanctification, because it's that process.
Process of sanctification. What you talk about, G?
So sanctification is basically the process by which you actually start learning how to walk in the ways of the Lord Jesus Christ. He basically teaches you what to do and what things he does and does not find acceptable. And although it may seem like redundant and, is not fun to, the average person, there is a reason for it. Mm-hmm. And it's to allow you to be able to get into heaven. But that sanctification process is something that people don't like. And that's why a lot of people don't want to go into Christianity, because it requires them to stop smoking weed when they don't have to. There's not a medical reason. It requires them to give up drinking. It requires them to forsake homosexuality and everything else like this. They feel personally attacked by it.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, but of course, that's just how people are. If something is rejecting your lifestyle, then you're gonna reject it. So I mean, yeah, that's just the way it is. That's just
and that's why Christ said, "If you love this world more than me, you shall not see the kingdom of heaven." Because he says he is the way, the truth, and the life, and no one comes to the Father except through me. So all these people that are saying stuff like, "Oh yeah, I found a different way," or "There's many paths to heaven." Yeah, you're on the fast road to hell, bud.
I think there's many paths to heaven. I don't think any one religion got it completely right, but that's just me. I'll find out when the rapture comes. Trust me. We'll all find out then.
Oh, the rapture isn't until the end of the age. Like, that's made clear.
I mean, like I say, it said it'll come in the thief of a night, so we don't know when the end of the age is. I mean, it could be the end of the age now, and we just don't feel it. We don't know it. But I doubt it. I doubt it. I doubt it. I don't know. I feel like we start seeing the tornadoes and all that by then.
No, these are birthing pains. These ain't even the full thing. These are just the birthing pains.
All right.
There's still a lot of stuff that hasn't even been fulfilled yet.
Yeah.
I'm also playing Overwatch, so if you hear a lot of noise in the background or you hear me kind of yelling at people, that's what I'm doing.
All right, you're good.
Crucified under. I mean, these people hate Jesus. These people hate the real America. And yeah, Donald Trump's one of those wall kissers, brother. That's just what it is. And everybody knows it. Not everybody comes out and says it, but everybody knows it.
Right. So you have you're entitled to your opinion. Do you think that him going into Iran right now, what is that about? They're saying that the protest, I'm not sure if you've seen that today, but it seems like U.S. and Israel are going to invade Iran. What's the truth about that?
Oh my God.
Well, yeah, really want to piss the Muslims off to get them to come over here to kill the Christians, the so-called Christian nation, what was left of the Christian nation of America, which there is a strong pocket of Christianity in America. Don't get me wrong, but what I'm saying is America has really fallen. There's not as many Christians as there once was. And our nation overall has turned its back on the true God, Jesus Christ. And when you have that, the nation's going to now burn. Revelation actually talks about this. Revelation 18, chapter 18, that's America burning. It's called Babylon then because America wasn't a term. They used the term Babylon, John did, to describe it. But this country is going to dwindle down if we do not turn back to Jesus Christ. And what's going on with Iran is the state, which, just a second, it's not even the people. These are Zionists that are satanic. They're acting like the real Revelation 2:9, Revelation 3:9.
Why do I feel like he's saying the N-word?
Are people of God. They're peaceful people. They don't hate. I'm talking about the Zionists who preach from the Talmud. Mm-hmm. They want Americans to go over and kill the innocent Muslims in Iran so that when Iran teams up with Russia and China, they will attack mercilessly. Wait till Iran gets an Air Force and a Navy, and they come over here to America. They'll fucking remember every single kid of theirs that was bombed, and their legs and their arms were blown off in Palestine. And you think that they're going to forget that? Wait till Russia and China gives these people from Iran a fucking Navy and an Air Force. They'll come over here by the fucking droves, and they're going to hate every single American. And that's what the Zionist satanic leaders like.
You know what's crazy? I mean, Russia could have been gave these guys a nuke right now. I think they know the consequences of that. But go ahead, guys. What y'all about to say?
Man, they already we sank half their navy in an afternoon. I'm sorry. This guy, I don't know how many times he's been
Russia and China is gonna give them their navy. They're gonna come over and remember all their fallen soldiers and F us up. And I'm just like, yeah, I don't know about that.
This guy's been punched in the head one too many times.
Oh yeah, I get that. All right.
Y'all who want to stir hatred to make the Muslim countries and the Christian countries hate each other so that when we're done killing each other, they can enslave the relatively small leftover population. That's what the plan is, brother, and it's plain and simple, but people don't see it because it's such a complex, overarching hierarchy. You know, most people just live their normal lives and don't even look into stuff like that.
What about the Islamic invasion of America? There are a lot of people that think that the Muslims are, spreading evil and what's going on. Or you don't see Muslims as people that are posing a threat to America?
I mean, not generally. That's the most easiest brief answer is no. Our own threat. Who's threatening me is my own government. That's who's shooting people in the face in America is the government. That's who's taxing us to death is the government. There's all in our government. To say that our Muslims are a threat is ridiculous. We've been bought out by they run our banks. We have a banking system. They own every aspect from our entertainment to our health care, to our pharmaceuticals. They own everything. Our standard education was made. All of our textbooks were printed by the state, and a lot of this is done by blackmail from Epstein's Island. They gain control over United States politicians by using pedophilia to blackmail them. We're talking about the worst.
And where is his proof for all this?
So ask me.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
And this is what I was saying. Where is his proof? This is anti-Semitic as fuck. Where is his proof of this? That everything's gotten this way because of blackmailers on Epstein Island.
I mean, everything got like this because of blackmailers on Epstein Island.
That's what he said. He laid his whole case out.
Be real with you. Yeah, he probably don't have no proof, but I mean, due to the way they're hiding these files, who's to say?
So that by definition is anti-Semitic. That is the same thing as slandering somebody. You're saying something with no proof that is defamatory. I would consider that to be anti-Semitic. Now, everything he said up until that point, the Jewish there is Jewish influence in our elections. There's Jewish influence in our government. There's Jewish influence in our media, in our banking system, and in our textbooks. Yes, all of that is true, but how you get from that to, Epstein was a Jew blackmailer? Like what?
I mean, he was Jewish, but we don't know about Jewish black. Well, he was a blackmailer too. Well, he is a Jewish blackmailer. Hold on now, he is a Jewish blackmailer, but we don't know about the whole Mossad and CIA connection. That's what we're.
And that's how you get to this is everything. Did we not forget about the Muslim president that initiated Common Core?
Yeah. Did we forget? And here's the thing that I will say. And I've been saying this from day one. S.E.T, me and you've been going rounds and rounds on this. I've always said that if you ask the average American, not no liberal, not no conservative, if you ask the average American, yeah, they're going to tell you they feel some type of way about their homeland being sort of invaded by foreigners.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you ask S.E.T, that's what he's going to say. He said, kick them all out.
Yeah, I mean, if they're here illegally, get them go. Don't let them back. And I don't even want no more coming back in here. Like I said, I feel like we have enough of all the races in the world. Like we literally have every group of people that live here that was born here. Like, bro, we have native-born Indians, Asians, don't matter. Like, bro, you name somewhere in the world, we got them. We got them. So we don't need nobody else.
We got people from Zimbabwe, Africa, Chile, fucking North America, South America, Europe,
Asia, we have Tibetan
Africa.
People that were born here and all this good stuff. Like, yeah,
God damn it, we have penguins from Antarctica. We have something.
So when them talk about inclusivity, I'm like, bro, you already achieved the goal. Like any more is gonna screw us over. Like, bro, y'all won. Okay, y'all got it. Now y'all just want to screw us over with it.
It's like, how much more inclusive do you want to get, bro?
Someone call out Big Wave Dave and tell him to get his ass in the live stream. Same thing with Steph.
Right, they just sitting there looking goofy.
I see the Discord opening up, and I'm like, what are y'all doing? There's actually a live stream going on.
Hey, yo, and shout out to my man Dan. He said it's not anti-Semitic to notice. You're doing too much. Yeah, it's too much noticing. But all right, let's let him cook.
You know, am I scared about Muslims coming over here and taking us over? No, not particularly.
Shit.
Be
I
roused
guess you
up to
haven't
a
read a
fight
book.
like that, the Muslims will have to be pushed to an extreme point, which it may happen if Iran gets leveled or whatever, you know. But right now, no, the Muslims are not a threat, and actually, a lot of them come over here to contribute to our society. And
I don't know
they
about
love
that one,
America
G.
for the opportunities and the lack of racism.
I don't know about that one,
In
G.
our society that exists for now.
Bryce,
I got a question.
Wait, Brad,
Is
can you hold for 1 second?
Yep.
Yeah, I see you have a question. I'm going to cut YouTube because I don't want to get banned on YouTube again. Bryce, I was banned for 3 years. I just got unbanned. I'm also streaming on Kick. So guys on YouTube, come on over to Kick. And,
America is now, but there would just be some Christian person who is, because we know about these mega churches and all these different things and all these, the Vatican that makes all this money and doesn't pay any taxes, and they got trillions of dollars. Who knows how much money they have, but they don't actually fix things. Could we not just find America in the same position? Because now, let's say all these political leaders are all Christian or they're all Catholic, but the same sort of like filling their pockets, and this politician gets that because this company gets that contract. Would the same thing not just exist?
Absolutely not. And I'll tell you why, brother, because all these institutions, every single one of them that you named, are not real Christians. The Catholic Pope is not a real Christian.
I told you.
He's an endorser of
Hold on.
homosexuality.
He said the Catholic Pope's not a real Christian. Not that Catholics aren't real Christians.
No, Catholics are not real Christians.
You take it a bit further.
No, they aren't.
I don't know. The Catholics believe they are, so I'm gonna go with what they say.
Yeah,
I'm a Catholic. I am a Catholic. Catholics are not real Christians.
And why do you say that, Monty, as a Catholic?
Because it is.
So y'all don't worship Jesus?
No,
that worshiping in Jesus is not what makes you a Christian. Following the Bible is what makes you a Christian. Now, creating an entire fucking industrialization of the church that dilutes the value of Christianity. That's why it's called Catholicism, not Christianity.
It means universal. And Christianity by nature is exclusive in Christ and God and the Holy Spirit, and even the Jewish and even the Israelites at the time. We're talking about 1,500 years worth of Israelites have made that point clear. It is not inclusive to everybody. You have to specifically seek it out and walk in the ways of the Lord.
Yeah.
And all right.
I am not a Catholic anymore. I consider myself Christian. One, because I don't go to the fucking mega church. But that is what Catholicism stands for. It's a remnants of the King's interpretation of the Bible.
But then why do you feel like there's a strong number of because there's a lot of Christians that are turning Catholic because they're saying that, well, like Catholics like to tell the Christians that, well, y'all don't know y'all history. So
because
the victor of war determines what the history is.
Yes.
So and that's the interesting spot that we find America in. If you notice, the Catholic Church is real buddy with Washington D.C. It's almost like they want to, like, no one talks about the Catholic Church and the crap that they do. I mean, gaming does, but it is deeply intertwined. We want to talk about AIPAC. Let's talk about the political donors for the Catholic Church. Why is it that the day of prayer is in a Catholic church?
Yeah. Check this out. If you look at how many senators, both Democrat and Republican, if you look at all the governors, if you look at all of the people in government, almost 76% of them are Catholic.
Well, all these nations that claim to be Christian, they're Catholic.
It's a rise to power. It is a rise to power. It's not about following a religion. It is about a rise to power. It's a good old boys club.
I gotta hear true believers. I gotta hear true believers take on it, and then I'll be like, all right, then why not?
Here's the other thing is a lot of people are also turning to it because they want to be part of a collective.
Yeah.
Yes.
When true Christianity like Baptist or Protestant Christianity or Orthodox or Methodist. It demands a one-on-one relationship with Christ because that's what he preached. That is what it's demanded of you. So
let's put it to you this way: the Catholic Church requires you to tithe. The Catholic Church, fucking, they set themselves up as a business entity. Not that they are a business entity, but they set themselves up
I feel like
in
all
a
churches
business
do
like that. No.
I know
Go to your
Baptist
local
churches
Baptist.
that do that. Come on,
Go to your
now.
local Baptist church and tell me that it looks like a Roman cathedral.
Yeah,
But
actually, we do got some of them over here.
I
They do look
mean,
pretty nice, actually. But these are rich areas, so that makes sense.
that's a little bit different. The Catholic Church in the middle of nowhere looks the same as it does in Washington D.C.
Man,
Anyway,
all the Catholic churches are in nice areas. So I wouldn't be able to tell you the difference. To be quite honest with you, in my
so
area.
why do you think why is that?
But
Think
that's
about
like
that.
almost all churches I've seen. There's very few churches. The only churches I've seen that look dingy or the one in the black community. To be quite honest with you, so
well, that's because
I don't
they're
really
in the
notice
black
a difference.
community.
We have some gorgeous
Have you
ones right
seen
here.
Y'all churches
Pentecostal
all look the
churches?
same, no matter what denomination of Christian you guys are. When I go to my
No.
community, it doesn't matter what denomination Christian
Go
we
to
are.
a
All of them look
Pentecostal
the
church.
same.
Go to a Pentecostal church. It looks like a industrial building. Go to a Baptist church.
Wait,
It looks
man,
like
that
a
may be just
church.
a state. Like, bro, our Pentecostal guys might actually, have a nice building.
But I mean, so I'm trying to get to my point. My point is notice how the church kind of centers themselves as the gatekeeper between you and God. That is what makes them not Christian. The only way to God is through Jesus Christ.
He said
Now,
that outright.
yeah, and the church is trying to position themselves as a kind of a gatekeeper. Literally a gatekeeper.
Well, I wouldn't put that all on just Catholics.
It's Catholics. No, it is
Any
absolutely
only Catholics. They're
Yes.
doing that.
I've been to a lot of churches, man.
BS.
I've been to.
I know a hell of guys I know a hell of different denominations that do that. That's BS.
I've been to a lot. It says in the Bible that when two or more,
the same thing of different denominations, and they all, if that's what you're saying, that's just a Catholic thing, then I'm sorry, but you guys need to go to other churches. They are doing the same BS.
No, I went to other. Here's the thing.
yeah.
So Seth, let me tell you something. I've been to Southern Baptist Church. I was in foster care. Remember that? I was passed all around, went through all sorts of churches because everybody in the South goes to church of some sort. Been to all of them. The only one that was like that. Now, obviously, there's churches that say, oh, if you give to the church, that's a good thing and all that. But there are Southern Baptist churches that lock the doors and say that you're not getting out.
Maybe like 4 different denominations. I'm talking about from Baptist, Protestant,
but the
Jehovah's
consistent
Witness, Catholic, they all are on the same BS.
The consistent offender in this is the Catholic Church. You can go to any.
I'm gonna have to, Ray, you're gonna have to prove that. Is there a way to prove that? Because I think it's all of them. Like, honestly, you could find the same thing in a different denomination.
You can find it in a different denomination,
but you're saying that it's in higher numbers.
I'm not talking about higher numbers. I'm not. It is consistently the same in every Catholic church. Not in higher numbers. All of the Catholic churches are like that. All of them, because that is the way they see themselves in the eyes of God. That they are the endowed person. That's why they have saints. That's why they have a pope. That's why they have a false prophet.
Matter of fact, hold up, Monty. Let me cook for like 3 minutes.
Send it.
All right. So if you actually know anything about Catholicism, then you would know that if you look up what the name of the Pope's chair is called, it's actually called the Holy See. It's also a business entity. Multiple YouTubers and multiple journalists have done deep dive studies into this. The Catholic Church is not just a church. It is also a legal business entity, and it's a legal government.
The Vatican is its own nation.
Yes.
A lot of churches are nonprofits, but you're right. The Vatican is a bit bigger. It's way bigger.
The Vatican, not just that.
It's a nation.
The Vatican is the only place in the world where a pope can have absolute immunity. You can't charge legally. You can't charge anybody in the Catholic Church that is like a priest or higher, like a cardinal. You can't charge them the same way. because they are considered different citizens of different nations. And the reason why this is they'll cite the main reason being what is it called? Diplomatic immunity.
I'm be real with you, dog. There are pastors in churches right now that aren't Catholic that walk around with a complete immunity, do whatever the hell they want.
Not in the eyes of the public justice system.
That's
not in
the
the
same.
How many pastors have you seen get arrested for dumb stuff? You will never see. Notice how the entire Catholic Church came under fire a couple years ago because it wasn't doing anything about the people that were touching little boys. It's because the Catholic Church does not want to do anything about that.
So we're just going to throw all Catholics under a bus for that?
We're not throwing all Catholics.
Well,
people follow
kinda
something
are.
not knowing. No, people follow something not knowing what the deeper roots of it are. I followed Catholicism because that's what my family followed. And then I started looking into Catholicism itself, not other religions. And then when I had my eyes open to how churches are supposed to operate and how it says, I never once heard in a Catholic church that when 2 or more people are gathered in my name, that is to talk about the Lord, that is a church. Never heard that once in a Catholic church. Why? Because it is about they teach you cannibalistic ideology, like consume the blood of Christ and the flesh of.
You know what? Y'all making me. I might have to go find one of my my old Catholic preachers or whatever. I might have to bring them on. Then,
So
because,
the Catholic,
I would like y'all to debate a true believer, just like I would rather y'all debate an actual Muslim if we're going to talk about it. I would actually like an actual Catholic to come up here and defend their faith instead of, you guys just jump in Catholicism.
But I was a practicing member of the Catholic Church, and I can tell you this from
I'd rather talk to somebody who's still walking, who
still drinks the Kool-Aid.
For whatever reason, I would like to hear what they're, because I know why you don't like it. Well, let me hear while they're still in.
So here's the
Is that
thing.
wrong?
No,
why they like it?
Wait.
Why they're
because it gives them power.
You're saying that there's all this stuff wrong with it, but there's a lot of people who follow Catholicism today. So
absolutely, it's the biggest religion in the world.
So I'm just saying, that's why I was saying, like, well, damn, you have such a problem. Let me talk to somebody who's an actual believer and let me see what their justification for all this is.
I mean,
that's why I said that's the only reason why I would ever bring up, a guy of a different faith, like a Muslim, Catholicism. It don't really matter.
That's like asking a rich guy why they're rich, because it gives them power.
I'm with you.
Here's the thing. If what we're saying is wrong, then you would also have to ignore, really ignore years of biblical teaching. You also have to basically, because this is a hotly debated topic, even amongst Christians, and a lot of Christians denounce Catholic as being non-Christian because they follow things that are not in biblical doctrine, and they may only point to a handful of scripture, but it's just that.
So I'm not allowed to talk to people who feel differently, though.
No.
I know, great. And I'm gonna go talk to those. I'm gonna go find somebody who feels differently.
No. I'm not saying don't do it.
We're telling you that it's going to be a biased answer.
Look, I get that. I get your guy's side, but I low-key want to hear somebody else's stances who actually is a Catholic, who did not turn away from it, who's actually still a follower. Maybe I don't know, Monty. Maybe they do say that, and you just didn't hear it in your experience with Catholicism. Maybe their experience is way different. Because think about it, people's experience with a religion determines if they still follow it. People have had horrible experiences with Christianity, and this is why they turned away with it. People have.
I didn't turn away from Christianity. I turned away.
Why they turned away from it? But Monty, there are people who've had horrible experience with religion and turned away from it.
I haven't had a horrible experience. Set. Don't misframe what I said. I never said I had a horrible experience with Catholicism. I saw Catholics as they see themselves as holier than thou. And anybody that still follows it is going to see themselves in that light, because that's what the Catholic Church teaches you.
I mean, bro, that's Christians all together, to be honest with you. Y'all all do that. All of y'all.
Show me another church.
Now. I mean, think about it. Think about it like this. Their whole religion depends on, if you don't follow the guy that we believe is God and all this good stuff, you're going to go to hell no matter how better you are to me, no matter how more just you are to me. It doesn't matter because I believe in Jesus.
What's more supremacist than that?
Calm down.
wait. Let me get word in
I'm
here.
calm. I'm pointing out the hypocrisy.
No, wait. Let me get some word in. First off, and this is where I say the devil's in the detail. The way you're framing the argument is fundamentally wrong. It's not saying that if you don't believe in the guy that we believe in, Christians as a whole universally acknowledge. I'm talking about Bible believing Christians, not Catholics.
I mean,
We
that's
as
all
a
you Christians.
hold
If it's
up,
not our way, then it's hell
you
way.
stop. Can you stop?
Can you
doing
stop?
that? I don't like that. Like, please stop.
Like, come on, bro. Come on now. I'm just giving you that pushback. If you don't like it, then you're gonna have to pick a different conversation.
No,
but go
it's
ahead.
not pushback. I'm trying to get a point out, and it's impossible to understand it if I'm getting interrupted every 5 seconds. Bible believing Christians, people who follow Christ, not the Catholic Church, they will tell you that in every account, it has always been an experience with Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ himself has said that he is the way, he is the truth, he is the life. As a matter of fact, if it was so much, if you don't believe in what we say, you're going to hell, then you also have to argue against the 3,000 Romans who also had to basically persecute Christians right after Christ died under Roman Emperor Nero for their belief in Christ. You have to explain to me why several African countries literally tried to execute and wipe out Christian converts and Christian evangelists who also eyewitnesses. We're talking like in the 1800s now. So several thousand years after the death of Jesus Christ. You have to explain to me why these converts had an experience with Jesus saying the same exact thing without ever knowing who Jesus Christ was other than the Bible. You have to explain to me why they said the same exact thing. Jesus is the way, Jesus is the truth, Jesus is the life. And a lot of these people actually were illiterate. They were unreliable. Some of them were drug addicts. Some of them were slave traders. Some of them were actually in tribes where they practice witchcraft. Your argument has to be able to account for all of that. And again, these converts are going not to Catholicism. They are going to what we would consider Baptist, Orthodox, Methodist Christianity, not Catholicism.
Now my next challenge.
I mean, you just proved my point, but okay, go ahead.
My
Go ahead,
next
Monty.
challenge to you is find me another church that has as much power centered around it as the Catholic Church.
Not even the mega churches in the U.S. have that much power,
dude.
Yeah,
they have old power through generations.
Argument.
No, that is an argument. We're telling you.
No. I mean, I basically called you guys out for pretty much saying, I'm like, bro, y'all kind of have the same supremacist mindset that all Christians do. That if you don't believe in what we believe in, you're going to hell, and it don't matter. Like I said, what you do or how you act, it don't matter if you don't accept my God.
That is the Catholic Church. That is the Catholic Church that does
all
that.
Christians.
So
I never said anybody. When's the last time I said someone's going to hell? Set. I didn't say that at one point in any of my arguments. You are putting words in my mouth.
Monty,
when did
I
I
didn't
say
put
that?
that in your mouth. That's literally the Christian faith. If you don't accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior, then
Catholics accept Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior. That's
I know, but whoa, Monty. Then you're hold on. Then you're not even really hearing me out. Then you're not even hearing me if you're thinking that I'm putting words in your mouth. I just literally said what y'all belief is and how y'all carry that out.
And you misrepresented what I said. I'm calling you out for misrepresenting what I said.
How did I misrepresent what you said? Okay, go ahead.
Because I never said if you don't believe what I believe, you're going to hell.
That's what Christians don't believe. That if you don't believe
But
in Jesus Christ,
I'm not
your Lord
Christians.
and Savior,
I'm talking about
then
myself, and you're trying to frame me in a light of
You just said that
all
you were
Christians.
a Christian. You said you went from Catholicism. Now
I'm
you
not
said that you're a
speaking.
Christian.
I am not speaking for Christianity. I am speaking for myself, and you're brushing me off with that wide stroke generalization that is honestly a disingenuous generalization. I never said what y'all believe. I'm telling you what I believe. Don't put me in a group with y'all. That's what the Catholic Church does.
If we're talking about Christians, and you said that you're a Christian, I would have to put you in that group.
Set.
So any belief that I hold is going to be discredited because that's what all Christians believe. What is Joe Biden?
Set real quick.
I disagree with Joe Biden. That doesn't mean
to your belief in Jesus and how you go to heaven. I mean, that would be all the same, right?
I never. So
how about how about we take a second? Because I know Gamer wants to say that way Set and Monty can kind of chill for a second.
Yeah, because I've been trying to talk. So I'm gonna give you some of the delineations, just one good example of how Catholics aren't Christian. And this is, we're gonna let, because they claim to be reading from the same Bible. In the Bible, it actually says that we're not supposed to judge people who are not believers of the faith, but we are supposed to judge people who claim the name of Jesus Christ. That was said by the Apostle Paul or James. One of them, like, I have to go back and know who exactly said that, but I know for a fact of reading that is in there. It is biblical to judge other believers. It's not biblical to judge non-believers. Since we're making the argument that Catholics are Christian, we have to judge them by the word of God and because they're claiming to love Jesus and follow Jesus, we have to hold them to the same standard. With that being said, in chapter Luke, matter of fact, not chapter Luke, because that's not a chapter.
That's a book.
That's a book. All right. So in Mark chapter 2, verse 7, and in Luke chapter 5, verse 21, it says that only God has the ultimate authority to forgive sins.
Yep.
Now, with that, this is one of the now.
What is confessions?
Hold up.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Let me get the plane to the destination, then land it. So
just don't crash it into a Catholic church.
Shut up. This ain't nothing. So, essentially, with this statement being said, this was one of the reasons why the Pharisees wanted to kill Jesus, because they said in their heart, it is written, only God can forgive sins. And he, for saying, go and sin no more, or your sins are forgiven, make yourself an equal or a God. And they said, and that is a sin. That's direct heresy. This is one of the driving reasons that the Sanhedrin killed Jesus. Here's the thing. Everybody that Jesus healed was in fact healed. And to put that in perspective, now we're getting close to the destination, so relax. We finna hit some turbulence. All right, so to put that in perspective, when Jesus was walking outside of the synagogue, there was a blind man who was blind from birth. He was a beggar. This is I believe it's in Acts. The guy held out his hand. I'm giving you the Cliff Notes version, by the way. It's in John chapter. Oh man, I wish I had my Bible. Anyway, it's in John. So basically, he held out his hand, expecting money, and Jesus answered him and said, "Well, do you want to see?" Pretty much, and he said, "Yes." Then he spit in the ground, made some mud with his spit, and wiped it on the dude's eyes, and told him to go wash it out. Which, by the way, that's I don't really know how I feel about that. Moving on. So after that, the dude was able to see, and so the Sanhedrin basically. Jesus' last words before they left was, "Your sins are forgiven. Don't tell anyone." Pretty much is what he said. So the Pharisees, seeing that this dude who was sitting outside of the synagogue, they knew this dude for years, and then all of a sudden he can see. They brought him before him, and they asked him how he was able to see. He said, "I don't know. There was a guy that asked me if I wanted to see, and he rubbed something in my eyes and I could see." And they keep asking him this, and he keeps saying the same thing. Mind you, he's blind, so he really doesn't know who healed his eyes, except he hears the name Jesus. That's all he knows. He doesn't know what he looks like or anything else like that, because remember, Jesus left. Okay, so that's Jesus establishing, one, his divinity, and two, his ability to forgive sins. That's in the Bible. Now, we're getting ready to land the plane. What was the verse and chapter that I said that the two verses in chapter that I said that Jesus made exclusively clear that only God can forgive sins? Let's go back to it. It is Mark chapter 2, verse 7, and Luke chapter 5, verse 21. Jesus then backs this up with a litany of actions on telling people to go and sin no more. And that's why the Pharisees get mad at him. Now let's scroll over to the Catholic Church. Catholics believe that because Jesus gave the apostles the authority to forgive sins and priests as successors act as an instrument of God's mercy to reconcile people with God, when that is not the case, because in John 3:16,
Hold on. But do you know where they get that? They get that from James 5:16 and John 1:19. So
yes, that is taken out of context.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
All right, I'm gonna have to read it
that's
myself.
why I said the Catholic Church takes stuff out of context and then they use it as like the end all be all. When if you
they use it as their justification.
Honestly, look, guys, in my eyes, he's like people pick their favorite translation of the Bible. So
if you were to read,
but you have to follow the Bible. You can't pick and choose what parts.
I mean,
of the
that's
Bible
what everybody
follow.
do every day
Monty,
is pick and
chill.
choose what translation they want to
Monty, chill.
follow.
I'm not done with the plan.
Not translation.
Hold up.
They're missing chapters.
So if we were to go to now, read those verses you said to me again, because I can find them.
What was it? James 5:16, because that's what I was actually looking up there. It was like, you know what? That's a good question. Why do these guys do this confession? It's a bit weird.
It's actually let me put it to you like this. We have an example of how useful that it actually is. When Judas sold out Jesus Christ, he felt really guilty about it, and he went to confess to the Sanhedrin or the Pharisees, which would have been modern day priests. They basically told him, why are you telling us this? It's not our problem. And he ended up going and killing himself because of guilt. So that's why you're not supposed to confess sins before people, because that does nothing for you. And this computer is being goofy. If you give me a second, I can actually use my app to read you the full context, because you're actually asking you're asking inquisitive questions, which again, you already know. As long as you're asking inquisitive questions, I don't mind answering.
Oh, trust me, bro. Like I have full respect for the Christian religion. Like I'm gonna be honest with you guys, full respect.
I mean,
it's
Real quick, have you guys noticed that when the four of us get up here, at least once a week, if not 3 to 4, we get into a conversation on religion, and it just seems to be mostly with the four of us.
Yep.
And at this point, I feel like I'm having to play referee.
All right, so here's the full context of this. So Jesus is talking about them about, essentially, remember the context of James is like interactions amongst people and how you pray for certain things in your day-to-day life. That's the context of the book of James. You even have verses in there like James 1:19, be quick to listen, slow to wrath, and slow to get angry. The before context of James 5:16, James 5:13, it reads like this: is anyone among you suffering? Let him pray. Is anyone cheerful? Let him sing praise. Is anyone among you sick? Let him call for the elders of the church and let him pray over him, anointing him with oil in the name of the Lord. And the prayer of faith will save the one who is sick, and the Lord will raise him up. And if he has committed sins, he will be forgiven. This is prayer. Therefore, confess your sins to one another and pray for one another that you may be healed. The prayer of a righteous person has great power as it is working. Elijah was a man with a nature like ours, and he prayed fervently that it may not rain for 3 years and 6 months, and it did not rain on the earth. Then he prayed again, and the heaven gave rain, and the earth bore its fruit. My brothers, if anyone among you wanders from the truth, someone bring him back. Let him know that whoever brings a sinner from his wandering will save his soul from death and will cover a multitude of sins. So it's not talking about literally confessing to people, because Jesus made it clear that no one can forgive sins but God. What he's talking about is he's drawing a picture of what the power of prayer is.
And they use that, and it's a hierarchical system. So while Catholics believe that they are Christians or believe that they are following Christ, which they are, by definition, a Christian is someone who follows Christ. Like, let's establish that. So on its face, no, you can't say Catholics aren't Christians, but the Catholic Church itself, the entity. I'm not talking about Catholic or Catholic practitioners, but the Catholic Church itself is in it for its own gain.
Okay,
And they use the Bible to gather followers because they offer, the implication is that, you're gonna go to a good Catholic school and you're gonna have success. Notice how it's all kind of wrapped around success. Notice how the stereotype has become, oh, you went to a private school and it was a Catholic school. Notice how they have their hands and everything. The same things that we talk about Judaism and the Jewish people, they have their hands in this too. And it's not about, so when you start getting into when you start drawing parallels between the Catholic Church and the Jewish state, there's a lot of people that they get very angry when you do that because it threatens the power structure.
So, and then on top of that,
and they don't like each other.
And to
Yeah,
put the
then
final,
on top of that, they don't like each other. Yeah.
and to put the final nail in the coffin, you also have to realize that this ties into, remember, the Catholic Church formed under Roman Emperor Constantinople, who was a known pagan and only believed in Christ because it brought him great success. Part of the reason why Martin Luther...
Wait, that was the first pope?
Yeah.
Yes.
No, that was the...
Wait,
no,
yeah.
yes, he was the first pope. That was St. Peter's, that was the first pope.
No. St. Peter, so how you get all these saints is just a mirror reflection of the actual disciples. You're not supposed to pray to them. Even angels say you're not supposed to pray to them. And Jesus made it clear, and Paul made it clear, that if anybody comes with you with another doctrine, preaching a new gospel, let him be condemned or accursed or something to that effect. Because this is the gospel of Jesus Christ. We heard it from his mouth himself, and he explained everything verbatim that needed to happen. Now, with the Catholic Church, part of the reason why there was a large persecution all across Europe and Africa, and the reason for the Crusades, it wasn't just the Muslims, it was also the Christians. They were trying to put down two rebellions at once. And a lot of people like to attribute the Catholic Crusades to Christianity, when in fact, it was the Catholic Church against the Muslims and the Christians. And they had actually teamed up with some of the Jewish people to help flush out the Christians, because the Jews have problems with Christianity itself, as is self-evident. Now, Martin Luther posed a huge threat to the Catholic Church by hanging the 95 Theses and calling them out on exactly what Monty is saying. One of the biggest things being how they're raising funds and spending the people's money on lavish luxuries instead of actually, giving to the poor and actually helping people get better and farther away from their sins and closer to God. One of these things that they preached on was the concept of purgatory. Purgatory is not found anywhere in the Bible, and it is a false doctrine.
You sure?
I'm positive.
Yes. I've heard a lot of Bible scholars say that there is a purgatory in the Bible. We talk about it.
Purgatory was actually a made-up concept by the Catholic Church under Constantinople in order.
Now, here's the thing: I've heard not just Catholic. I've heard a lot of
find
Christian
purgatory in the Bible. Find purgatory in the Bible.
Hold up. I'm gonna explain the history to set behind this. So purgatory was actually a way for the Catholic Church, because they started running out of money because the king was at war at the time, and he froze all the church's assets so he could liquidate them, because they were going to war with I think Germany and trying to push into Russia at the time. So what ended up happening was the church ran out of money. So they started telling people, oh my God, your granny is suffering in purgatory for like the low cost of $199.99. You can free her. And that would be like a whole day's worth of wages. So people would start buying into this. This is where the concept of indulgences comes from. Like, God doesn't like sin, but he gives indulgences. And basically what that is a meal ticket for you to keep sinning. When in the Bible, God, Paul, one of the disciples, directly addresses this by saying, God's grace isn't a license. Being baptized in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ and having mercy from God the Father and having the Holy Spirit as a guide is not a license for you to keep sinning. The entire purpose of those three working with you is so you stop sinning. And so the Catholic Church took that and they basically said, well, they didn't really mean that. You can, indulge yourself. Just turn in this I was a good boy ticket, that you bought for $576, and they'll waive your.
It's like carbon credits.
Right. They'll waive your fee, and that's not biblical. Or about the thing about purgatory, like I was saying, that was another scheme. And Martin Luther hit on this directly. He said, no, in the Bible, it says, to each man is appointed once to die, and then the rest is eternity. That's scripture. It is written that is scripture. So
unambiguously.
Yeah, it stated it not just once, not just twice, but a few times throughout the Bible. God makes that very clear. Once you die, you go to heaven or hell. You don't come back. You're not in purgatory.
That whole thing where you're like walking up to the gates and you talk to Jesus and St. Peter, and you talk about your sins and you have like this whole interview. Yeah, that's a modern day glorification of purgatory. And there's a lot of pop culture and a lot of media that has kind of reinforced that idea. So a lot of Christians that don't know their history, like I didn't even know that as well as gaming did. I've heard and I've seen like instances of that, but all of those things directly contradict the Bible. And it's the same argument that I make for Islamic extremists. Islamic extremists misquote and misrepresent the Quran, but they're still Muslims, right? Like you would still call them Muslims, but they twist it for their own gain to gain power. That is what the Catholic Church is doing. They're just not terrorists yet.
Yes.
So what I would like to say on top of what Game was saying about purgatory, a lot of the way they describe purgatory back then when they created it was based off of the punishment side of, because this was shortly after the North started converting over. Their purgatory was based partially off the punishment side of the Norse's version of hell, because there was two sides to the Nordic hell. There was the peaceful side and then the punishment side.
Wow.
They took it from the punishment side.
Yeah.
All right, this is where I got it. I said the Bible describes different places of death, but often use different terms for the same concept. Primarily, what was it? Soul. It's S-H-E. Yeah, Sheol and Hades.
Yeah, Sheol and Hades. Hades is actually the Greek translation for hell. You got to remember that Christianity was in the Middle East, and they had been conquered by the Babylonian, the Persians, the Greek, and the Romans. So a lot of these different words that they have, the actual term for it is Sheol. That's the earliest term used in Genesis during the time of Jacob, right before they got led into captivity by the Egyptians. Hades is the German term used for it's when the Israelites were occupied by Greece. So that's where those two terms come from, biblically speaking.
So Sheol, because they said it's like a New Testament, which is the general abode of the dead, a shadowy place where both righteous and wicked go temporarily. And this is mentioned in the Old Testament. And
so
Hades
what they're referring to. So I'm glad you brought that up. So I was gonna touch on it, but I didn't think it would come up. So what they're referring to is so Jesus tells a parable about a rich man and a poor man, and basically both of them die. And the rich man, because he had all the luxuries of life and he didn't do anything with himself, and he was just overtly selfish and didn't even want to have anything to do with Jesus Christ or God at the time before Jesus came, he ended up going to hell. The poor man, who didn't have anything but his faith in life, and that's all he had, he ended up dying, and he ended up going into what's known as Moses's bosom, which was also technically in Sheol, but it was a different side to Sheol, and God describes this. And that's because people weren't sanctified and atoned for yet before Jesus died. That's part of the reason why he died and went to hell, was he also needed to get those people that were in Sheol out into heaven. They were just waiting in a paradise, so to speak.
Okay. All right then. Well, I mean, it's you. You answered my questions on that one. Appreciate that. I appreciate that.
So,
Now, Bible lectures
in
by Gaming.
conclusion, and I was going to say, in conclusion, the Catholic Church has kind of weaponized the Christian faith for propagation of a system of oppression. That is what the Catholic Church is doing. That's where colonialism came from. That's where all these fucking bad things came from. So that's why you can have people that, you know, you start seeing contradictions in what we would call Christianity, and it's like, wait a second, why is everything contradicting? Why is it this and this and this and this? It's because the Catholic Church has bastardized the religion on the backs of Christians.
And they've also taken and we said it the last time we talked about this, was they've also taken a lot of their practices from other religions as well.
Mm-hmm. And that's what gives that makes illegitimacy for the Christian faith, because I was talking to someone literally this morning that was like, oh, all these things contradict each other. No, they really don't. If you read the Bible and don't go to a denomination church that, you know, has the goal of becoming an all-powerful entity, then things don't contradict each other. When you hear your pastor misinterpret the Bible so that he can make you feel guilty about tithing to the church, that's when you start getting contradictions. Read the Bible, don't listen, form your own opinions about Christianity and follow it that way, and leave other. I hate the
But here's the problem,
construct of a
Monty.
church.
What you're saying is preferable, but I would say most Christians are low-key listening to their pastors and not their own understanding of the scripture.
And I'm glad you brought that up, because actually it says in the word that you need to, hearing comes by faith and faith by the word of God. So God is saying in that little parable, go read it for yourself. Don't just rely on man. And the job of the pastor is to expose people to a concept, but it's the job of the followers, his sheep, to actually go and read that concept for themselves in its entirety. That's what the entire purpose of the church structure is. That is why a lot of good churches that preach good word, as I like to say, and know their Bible and preach the gospel and aren't very popular with people, they're smaller.
Yep. And it's because people want to be led. People want the easy route. They don't want to do the research. They want to go trust somebody. And pastors use this. This is why I'm saying they're bastardizing it. And this is where you come in and say all the religions do that, and you're correct. You're absolutely correct that all religions have those pastors that bastardize the word. But if you ever notice, if you've ever heard a good preacher, it depends on if you're a leader or a follower. If you've ever heard a good preacher, when they actually speak the scripture, they don't draw conclusions. They leave it open-ended because they want you to go and read it.
Or they come.
They don't say,
like the church that I go to. They anytime you're giving a sermon, and I want you to go out and look at this for yourself, Set. Like at some point in your spare time, like genuinely go out and look at it. A lot of the churches, especially mega churches, are churches that are more on the cultish side. If you look at them, they never provide scripture for any of the doctrines that they're teaching. And I follow a couple YouTubers like Smart Christian Channel, Nate Sala, and I even follow Vodi Bakum before he died. Everything that they said has a scripture, and that's how church is supposed to be. It is supposed to be God-breathed, Holy Spirit-led church. You're supposed to have a scripture assigned to almost everything you say. Now, you can use personal stories or hyperbole to like get the crowd to understand a particular point to make it more realistic. But ultimately,
you have to leave it open-ended.
You have to leave it open-ended, and it has to have a scripture assigned to it.
I mean, I'm real with you, huh? That makes a lot of sense, actually.
Again, this is why mega churches, a lot of time, if you noticed, and when we talked about this conversation before, what was the first thing I said about certain religion? There are mega churches that don't have good word. There are churches where they may claim the name of Christ, but they ain't Christian. It says the way is straight and
They're
narrow,
all
and few who find it.
Yep. And
It's like,
they're
bro,
all
trust me.
emulating the framework of the Catholic Church. They're all following in the footprints of the Catholic Church, and that's how they get that big, because they sell this idea that you will be closer to the Lord if you follow me. And following me means giving to the church, supporting the church, ideologically aligning with the church. Otherwise, you're going to hell. They don't outright say that, obviously, but the implication is there, and they guilt you into it. Now, when I say the Catholic Church, it's consistently like that. I'd implore you, go to a Catholic church and listen to a Catholic preacher talk to you.
No, that's what I'm saying. I used to talk to Catholic preachers all the time. Like I went to a Catholic school for 2 years.
I'm hearing you, but when go to a church, don't challenge them, because when they challenge them, then they kind of shift in their position, because it threatens it.
Just let them cook.
Listen, let them talk.
Yeah.
And don't challenge it. And I guarantee you, they're gonna draw conclusions for you and tell you how to be closer with God.
This is why,
and that's not their job.
This is why in the Bible it says people in the last days, people will be given over to a strong delusion, because at some point God's going to tug on your heartstrings and let you know that something's not right. But if people keep ignoring it, God's going to allow them to just be given over to that, because that's what they want. Furthermore, you're also supposed to, like I said, you're supposed to teach sound doctrine. You're supposed to teach out of the Bible. And a lot of these Catholic churches, they don't. A lot of these churches don't even do that themselves. And what they do is they entrench what they want through the masses by getting them to capitulate to blind obedience.
Yep.
So real quick, I since I can't remember, my brain's not working at the moment. What the Ethiopians? What denomination would they have been considered, or what would
Orthodox.
you? What would
they're Orthodox Christian?
Okay,
yeah,
so that's where they were the first. No, they would be considered the first Christians.
Yep, the first Bible in the world actually was found in Ethiopia. Is actually where the Apostle James, I believe, or the disciple James, met with an Ethiopian leader, being escorted by his eunuchs, told him about the gospel. He got baptized in like a little pond or a lake. And then he basically asked for all the scriptures and the manuscripts, and he compiled them all together and wrote the Bible. Josephus is actually a famous Roman, we could say, philanthropist who sponsored John Mark, which is where the book of Mark comes from, to write Acts and Luke. And if you read Acts and Luke, they're very detailed. They have very detailed descriptions. It's a lot of firsthand accounts. This is why when people say, well, Jesus isn't real, or there's lots of different ways, no, there's too much historical evidence. Remember, Jesus, the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus was foretold by King David almost 1,500 years prior to him being born. And Jesus said things, quoting scripture word for word, not line for line, word for word, saying that they cast lots for my garments and divide them amongst themselves like dogs. He talks about, my God, why have you forsaken me? He also talks about how they're gonna
let me hit you with this.
Oh yeah,
let me hit you with this. Who crucified Jesus?
Pontius.
Some people say the Romans, some people say the Philistines or whatever. Well,
no, it's the Romans.
It was the Romans.
The Romans are notorious for keeping meticulous documents on who they executed, and all the executions are sent up through the governor and then sent to the Roman emperor. And they had a document that made it all the way up to the Roman emperor, stating that Jesus the Nazarene was executed.
Yeah.
And
the reason why, the reason why I wanted you to explain that, not only was I couldn't remember, but not a lot of people wouldn't. They don't listen to me because once they find out I'm not Christian, they believe my knowledge is either biased or not correct. But that was another reason why I wanted you. And it's not to generalize anybody. It was more of a wasn't trying to generalize the Ethiopians, but give an idea of where they would have stood. They are more like what Gamer has been talking about when it came to Christianity.
Yeah. But all right, now I was supposed to read this for a while now, but shout out to TB. Y'all, Catholics were the first Christians. That doesn't mean that they couldn't be corrupted. Thus, Protestantism, or Luther. Now, I'm gonna let God and Jesus work all that out. Though one love God, two love each other.
All right. So here's the thing about that. Even that statement is incorrect because, as we just established, the Ethiopian church and the Ethiopians was the first Christians. And you have to no, actually, the Romans, what is it, 30 years, 40 years after Christianity? You have to argue why Emperor Nero ordered an extreme execution and persecution on all Christianity. Again, that's well documented. The disciples were persecuted under multiple Roman emperors, with Constantinople and only one other giving them mercy.
Not stacking very well for the Catholics.
I mean, shoot, like I said, hey, I don't know. I feel if I got a real Catholic up here, y'all might be having a little hard time with them.
Well, I don't have hard time. I'm debating not just from the Bible, but also looking at history, because any good Christian that knows their word also knows that there's so much historical evidence around it that you can also separate the Bible out from a historical argument and argue it effectively from its historical context.
Yeah.
I can argue that when Jesus was born, there was a census taken in Rome under Herod. I can argue that Jesus really did go to Egypt during Jesus went to Egypt with Mary and Joseph because they had to go back to Herod for the census, and they even asked him, where do you live? Like, oh, we're living in Egypt. There's a record of that. I can give you a record of everywhere that Jesus Christ went. There's also a record of Jesus Christ being buried. Remember, he was executed in front of 300 people in the Sanhedrin. The Sanhedrin were present for it. Roman guards.
Now. It does say that the Romans are like, the Roman Catholic, the Roman Catholicism. Roman Catholicism originated with the very beginnings of Christianity. But basically, they're saying like, well, they're basically one and the same though. Like Catholicism was first, however, Christianity was Catholicism for a long time. Then the idea that they are different is a recent, intervention that came about in like what 10.
Are there any books in the Bible written by Catholics?
Shoot, I mean,
no.
I'll put it to you like this: how many?
Most of the Bible really wasn't really written by Christians.
Actually,
yes, it was. Yes, it was.
No, actually, he's not wrong on that, but it's like he's partially not wrong on that. And what I mean by that is, there was no Christian as we know them, a Christ follower in that day and age. Most of them were written by Hebrews, but the entirety of the Bible told of the coming of Christ.
Yeah. Okay, that's true.
And actually, I just ordered a copy. I want to see if it's truly a copy of the original Ethiopian Bible. If you guys are interested, when it shows up.
Oh yeah.
Damn, Tove.
Well, they have it. They've
had a deal on Amazon.
No.
The original.
It's supposed to be the full and complete Ethiopian Bible with oh my God, I can't think of his name now. The one that
Enoch.
Yeah, it's got Enoch. It's got it's supposed to have all the books in it.
So the crazy part is
Thomas. I think it was a book of Thomas that's also controversial as well.
Yeah.
So hold up.
There's 5 books that are missing.
So there aren't any books that are missing, and this is where more history comes in. At the Council of Nicaea, a lot of a lot of the disciples and the scholars, which is also mentioned in the Bible. So the Council of Nicaea is both mentioned in the Bible and it's like a historical fact. They actually went through. We're talking about multiple different scholars from multiple different like churches throughout Europe, Asia Minor, Asia Major, and Africa. They got together. They said, "Okay, what's canon, what's not," and they read through
What's
everything.
canon?
I mean, that's a bit biased.
I'm giving you like a paraphrase version. And what their criteria for what was canon and what was not was how much of this book actually told of the coming of Jesus Christ, because that's the thing, right? And they ruled that the book of Enoch, the book of Thomas, and the other 3 missing books were not canon because they did not foretell of the coming of Jesus Christ. In fact, Enoch's account, the reason why in Genesis, God doesn't touch base on the life of Enoch is because there was no purpose to. Because
I don't know. I feel like just picking and choosing. Like we just chose a bunch of old gods to decide what's canon.
So here's the thing. What would be the point of mentioning the entirety of Enoch as canon? And then mentioning it in I flipped that point around. I'm sorry. What would be the point of only bringing Enoch up in the New Testament in the book of Jude and not mentioning the entire story, which happened well after the Council of Nicaea, after they read through all the manuscripts? Why were the Dead Sea Scrolls, which are the original 66 books of the Bible, hidden in different places around the Middle East? Not those other 5 missing books.
I heard about the Dead Sea Scrolls. I heard about that before.
The Dead Sea Scrolls are basically a portion of the first. I think it's like the first. The first half of the Bible.
In a lot of blanks.
Yeah, because what happened was with the fall of the Second Temple that the Jews built. A lot of some of that paperwork and a lot of those documents ended up getting burned in the besiegement. So a lot of what happened was that people had bits and pieces of it, and they had to basically send it somewhere and keep it in a safe place. Because remember, part of the reason why that temple got burned down was because the reigning king, the emperor at the time, did not like the fact that Christianity was spreading as fast as it was. In all of Christianity, every single time there was an attack against the Israelites and the Christians, it's not because they were doing anything in particular. It's because they saw it as a threat to their power. Because think about it like this.
That's why Jesus was crucified.
Right. Because he said he came to set the captives free, but he's talking about spiritually. If you know that when you die, you can go to heaven and live with an omnipotent, omnipresent God, do you have fear of dying on this world?
Nope.
That's the problem. Once people stop fearing death and they see it as like a high honor,
then your empire can fall, because there are people that are willing to die on a religious battlefield in a religious war, and you can't have that if you want to keep Rome.
Yes, that is why. That's why I said why I have the opinions about Islam and Judaism and Catholicism that I do, because the world lets them preach their doctrine. The world lets them say what they have to say. They don't see it as a challenge to power. Now, they may say the way they're going about doing stuff is wrong, and they may make complaints about that. It's just now getting mainstream, but the world largely doesn't care what they do. When you look at Christianity, every single place Christianity goes, governments, emperors, and military generals have always seen it as an existential threat. Slave masters didn't even want their slaves reading the Bible, and it was only because of the abolitionists that slaves were allowed to reach their Bible. This was one of
hold on. Let me cut you off right there, because you're gonna gloss over this, and I want this to be highlighted.
Kill it.
The common doctrine was to serve your master the same way you would serve your master in the sky, and just leave it to that. and that is there's a whole can of worms to go in that one. But start looking into how slaves were basically because the Bible speaks highly against slavery, and talks about how if a slave runs away, you can't go get him, that you can't you can't kill a slave, you can't do all these things, and all of that gets misinterpreted in modern day America, not modern day America, but pre-Civil War America, to mean oh yeah, just follow our rule. That's how it gets twisted in that light. On the back, and guess who's on top of this again? The Catholic Church.
Because they're not going to tell you that the Catholic Church actually sold a lot of the Muslims. So Muslims were actually enslaving a lot of the Africans. That's a historical fact. There's actually a document written by the fourth president of the United States, who basically sent his ambassador to meet with the Muslim ambassador. And he was like, why are you guys pillaging and plundering our ships? And basically what their response was, well, because our Quran tells us to do so, we can do whatever.
And you're not paying your tax.
You're not paying your tax. That's actually a historical document.
That's why the Marines were created.
All right, now hold on, because we moved far past one of my major. I don't know, just the whole Council of Nicaea throws me off. But I mean, hey, man, if y'all cool with it, then all right, it is what it is. I don't know. I just find it kind of weird how they just pick and choose what books they wanted to, I guess.
No, they judged them based off of specific criteria.
Who are they to judge, man? Like, how you gonna sit there and take out the books that's written by, I guess, prophets, gods, or like, who are they?
Because a lot of them were false prophet, and they didn't teach doctrine of Jesus Christ, and that was the
I think the
point.
Well, what about the Gospel of Thomas? Like, if you read the Cliff Notes on that, it says it was actually going over deeper meanings of Jesus' teaching. Like, why take that out?
Because when you read the Gospel of Thomas, it had a lot of convoluted and contradictory statements that Jesus Christ did not say, and those are the books that are included.
How do we know that? Because they said so, or we just know that for sure?
Because there's documents on what Jesus did and didn't say.
Did not say. There's actually eyewitness accounts, not just from the disciples, but also other Romans. Remember,
I'm reading this book. I'm reading it. F it.
All of these books, every book in the Bible is a prophecy. It's a story from different people. Obviously, I'm not trying to be pandering. But
I don't trust some old man picking and choosing what's canon.
I think S.E.T just has a problem with authority, because historically authority has been, and in recent memory, as long as S.E.T's been alive, authority has been what pushes man down. So if you have a bunch of old guys making decisions, S.E.T immediately his fucking bullshit meter is going to go up.
Nah, I ain't gonna lie. Like, unless I was in that room and I'm over here hearing the arguments and they're giving me the proof, then I'm just like, hold on.
So
y'all not just about to tell me that because we said so.
Yeah. That's the analyticalness of S.E.T, though. So you have to break it down for him. You can't just gloss over that.
Let me break it down this way. Part of the reason why the Council of Nicaea happened and people picked and chose what books were in the Bible was because in every book of the Bible, they're addressing the same thing and from different viewpoints. So a good viewpoint, let me give it to you like this. The Book of Chronicles is the historical reason why Israel got led into captivity under Babylon. Now, right, that's 1st and 2nd Chronicle. If you read that through, you'll realize these guys were bugging from start to finish. They had zero chill. And if they were alive today, everybody would be like, yeah, they got to go. They're a problem. Okay. That's how bad they were tripping out. So God told them that basically if they keep doing all this stuff, he gave them multiple warnings, gave them multiple judges. That's basically the Book of Kings and the Book of Judges trying to get Israel on the straight and narrow. They refused to do it. You get First and 2nd Chronicles where they really start tripping. Everything from child sacrifice in God's temple to prostitution and ritual prostitution and witchcraft and necromancy, human sacrifice, food sacrifice, worshiping other gods. I mean, pretty much.
Bro, it sounds like they took out the fun part of the Bible for a second there.
Anyway,
bro,
basically,
it sounds lit.
Basically,
and that's
tie a blindfold around your eyes, pick a sin, and throw a dart at it, they were probably doing it. So you have a book. You have two other books that come after First and Second Chronicles. It's Ezekiel and Isaiah. This is the criteria that Nicaea was judging on. Ezekiel was alive, a prophet alive that was talking about the destruction of Israel and why God is going to bring down destruction on Israel. Isaiah also lived at the same time as Isaiah, and both prophets were alive at the same time that all the events of First and Second Chronicle happened. So they're not two different books like years after apart. No, these books are happening at the same exact time, two different prophets. And then you have Jeremiah also, who's alive at this time or around this time, that's saying the same thing. Okay. That's why I said it's an eyewitness account thing as well as a historical document thing. Because
so just line up eyewitness accounts, and apparently enough eyewitness accounts didn't line up with the book of Enoch or the book of Thomas.
That's what I'm saying. And then you check this out. A lot of people don't know this. The prophet Nathan was alive at the same time. I'm sorry. No. I'm about to misspeak on that. Never mind. Belay that.
I wish there was a way that I could verify for you guys what I was taught, because unfortunately my religion was the written works of it was not written by actual Norse men. It was written by Slavics and Christians, and heavily flipped, because there's a lot of stuff that Gamers has been talking about that I could add on to, but there's no way with mainstream historical data to prove it.
Are you pagan?
I'm Nordic pagan, yes.
Yeah. Oh,
and somebody in the
That's
chat
why she has Loki wife, Odin dog. Okay.
Yeah.
So somebody in the chat also said King Solomon. Bro, let me go on this rant real quick, bro. King Solomon, he was
welcome to church.
And he started out good. He started out really good, but ended really bad.
Good. Bro, like 300 and something wives. Bro, there's not enough time in the year.
I mean, hey,
what a day,
wisdom,
baby!
Man. Hey, all that wisdom come with game, bro.
No. Me and my mom actually sat down.
Man was slung.
Me and my mom sat down and talked about this. He would have to get with at least 2 to 5 women a day just to keep them all satisfied in that way. That's too much. There ain't enough meat in the world for that.
Imagine the chafing.
Screw that. Friction burn, bro.
That's chafing.
Oh, yeah, you're pretty much puffing out dust at that point.
Yeah. And unfortunately, there's only a
Diddy has entered the chat.
Right?
He just has one big freak out a week.
It's got to be something. But yes, King Solomon, he was tripping. And then you got the book of Ecclesiastes was because God was like, you tripping so hard. When you die, you're just going straight to hell. There's no pass go. There's no salvation. You're going straight to hell. Like, no.
The kings of that time were, bruh.
Bro, they were on.
Hey, but
actually, they were on 300.
It was funny though, because his story was always funny to me, because it's like he started off so freaking good, gold and everything, and then at the end of it, it was just all went plummeting down. I'm like, damn.
And then he wrote Ecclesiastes because he was depressed because he knew when he died. I mean, that was it. I mean, what else can you be when you know your destination is hell? Cooked. That's what Ecclesiastes is about. But it was also true. There's nothing new under the sun.
Yeah, there's very, very few, a very small handful of families that have passed on very strictly the teachings that I know.
You know what you need to do, Seth? You need to actually make a long form video and get one of your Catholic pastors or friends or whatever you want. And have them react to this reaction.
Literally.
I'm more willing to debate one
get
of
them up there and just have them, like
they need to go. They need to go unopposed because they have a lot of questions to answer.
Literally, it's like, bro, one question will give the guy at least 5 minutes to answer each one.
Because you When
Yeah.
Catholicism, this is why I'm so like gung-ho, like Catholics aren't Christian, is because, and you can ask any true Bible believing Christian that reads Christianity, a lot of their doctrines are not right. And the doctrines that they teach are what we refer to as doctrines of demons. That stuff will lead you straight to hell. It doesn't tell in Christianity, to hit back on this point, it is a somewhat segregated religion, not in terms of race, but in terms of like how we care about lives. It's that, you know, when people say, oh, karma is actually a biblical concept, and it's a direct words of God, direct words of Jesus Christ, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. That's the golden rule. Basically, if you wouldn't do it yourself, don't have somebody else do it. If you wouldn't want it done to you, don't do it to somebody else. You get concepts like John 1:19, be quick to listen, slow to anger, slow to turn to wrath. You get things like you have not because you ask not. And people in churches, and I can go off
Closed
on that.
mouths don't get fed.
Right. Well, hold up. That's like half of it. A lot of churches like to only preach the half of it, but they don't preach the other half of it, which is you have not because you ask not. And when you do ask, you ask amiss, meaning you ask for crap that isn't within God's will, and he wouldn't give you anyway because it's unnecessary.
Huh. You know what? God just write me this channel. Noah, actually, one of my Christian homies, besides gaming, sent me this one channel, said you actually need to look into this to get your knowledge on the Bible up. I'm like, come on, bro. I got a Bible right here, but this explains it oh so well.
No, you should never.
I was
should
like,
never
bro, I
have
hate
the
when
Bible
you guys-
explained to you.
I know, I hate
so
when
that's the
people say that,
antithesis.
but I was like, you know what? I'm curious. You know,
the
I'm
Bible
That's the
curious, guys.
antithesis to faith. What is faith? Set. What is faith?
What, believing in something without knowing if it's true or not?
Yes. So what is the antithesis of faith? Taking somebody else's opinions that believe in something without proof.
If you have faith in their opinions, there be people like that.
My faith is based
in order
off
to have free will, you
But-
have to have understanding.
My faith.
Otherwise, you're following.
Because I like this guy and because I like his
Yeah, that's a good
I'm
channel.
gonna give him a
Actually,
shout out.
that's a good channel.
Yeah. I would prompt you guys to check him out. I'm not saying become a believer off this, but I'm be real with you. It filled in some holes, not as much as gaming. I'll be honest with you. I mean, gaming, be real with you. You give a pretty extensive breakdown on the Bible. You should probably make a channel, be honest with you.
I already have a second channel.
Nice. But
gaming reacts.
There's gaming reacts and then the minister of gaming.
Oh no. No.
No, and that's kind of what irritates me about some of these people out here. They try to bend the gospel to fit their lifestyle and justify their whatever.
Yep.
When in reality, you're supposed to bend and twist your life to fit the gospel and walk in the way it preaches as it is preached, not as you want to interpret it.
All right,
And
hold
so
on.
when
Gaming.
I
Did you know
say,
about- hold on, real quick. Shout out to TB. She says, if we're going to talk about this, at least talk about how mythology also predicted Jesus. Really?
Yeah,
but that's in like that's in like a few of the the Quinn dynasty actually wrote in a one of their scholars basically wrote at the exact same time that Jesus died, the entire sky around the world went dark, and you could see it was basically turned day into night. And so there
hey
was
guys,
a time.
so I want to give the cliff notes of what that means. That means that God is real. That if it's so powerful that mythology and other religions have accounts of Jesus Christ, it probably should tell you what track you're on.
Yeah, I mean, even if they're calling it out, I mean, shoot.
Yeah. So there was actually a count of the Quinn dynasty that at the exact same time that Jesus died and the sky turned into night, there was a worldwide earthquake. And multiple accounts of mythology even wrote about how there was a massive earthquake that seemingly came from the east, and it was based off of whatever direction they were oriented from, including
Anunnaki.
including the American Indians. And one of the dynasties scholars basically said, if somewhere in somewhere in the Middle East they slayed a deity and and the god is angry, or something along those lines. I have to find the exact quote. But even him being in China at that time, having no knowledge of Jesus Christ whatsoever, realized that something was really
pissed
wrong.
the gods off. I don't know which god. It happens to be the real god, but something pissed the gods off was basically the cliff notes of that.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Now, just to have a bit of a comedic moment in this time. Shout out Long Beach, Griffey.
Oh, Long Beach.
All of it. The world.
And after I do have one thing to add on to that, but
Hanukkah. Circumcisions. Lawyers.
Lawyers.
I mean, God, what you doing? I'm helping.
I'm helping.
Oh, thank you, Father. By doing what? I'm making a place to put the Jewish people. What do you mean? Camps.
What?
I'm making them camps. They're gonna need a lot of camps.
Oh my God.
Oh my word.
This is wrong.
Numbers as well to be identified by.
Names exist.
And a chamber of toxic air.
Oh my God.
Flammable. Poisonous. Toxic air.
Oh my God.
God.
what the?
This kind of sounds like the America. Yes. America. Oh. Take a look. It's really the United States of Israel, but I'm going to go with America for now. See, the camps are disguised as houses and apartments, right? The numbers are Social Security, and the chamber is the entire country. Yeah. The toxic air is the pollution from capitalism. Yeah. Yeah. Good save. Good save, Griff. Good save. But it's missing something.
Oh no.
It needs a dictator.
Whoa.
It has to be the orange.
Yeah.
Oh,
Wow.
jeez.
Oh wow. You know
Well.
what? That's 10 out of 10. I can't even be mad at that.
Yeah.
That boy is just edging his rules, guidelines.
I'm surprised he's still on YouTube.
Man, I know.
Right?
I won't beat Griffey, bro.
That was horrible.
I was sweating. I'm still sweating.
Bro, when it comes to his skits on, I guess, God and all that, I don't know why those be like the funniest ones for no reason. Like it makes no sense how funny he could be with that skit. But go ahead. Go ahead, Tom.
No, yeah, there was one thing on just to finish off with the how mythology and pagans now, and this was, I don't know why this one was also kept out of the Eddas or whatever, but about 200 years before, there was a seer who was shown a vision of the birth of the Christ child and the and his death, and was urged, and this was after she had met with an African trader, and she was urged by the Norns to share her vision with Odin. So that was at one point was a written account. I don't know why I can't find it anymore. But yes, even the Norse had known about it and had a prediction of Jesus's birth and death.
I just want to say, like, I might come off as knowledgeable enough about religion, but it is a weird thing. I do not read up on religion. I cannot word for word go through the Bible and start quoting things as gaming can. But anytime there's a conversation about opinions about religion, boy, whoo, I don't know who's
You
on
get
my
heated.
shoulder, huh?
You get heated.
No, I don't get heated. I'm very analytical about the situation. I can do it. I can do it with Islam. If I can talk to a Muslim, and I can kind of parse through the bullshit and parse through what's actually there. And I don't know what it is, but I have a weird bullshit meter when it comes to religion and what the Bible, because I have read the Bible, but when I see patterns, maybe that's what it is. It's just pattern recognition. When I see patterns in history and I see all these things, and then someone says something like, "Oh, Catholics aren't Christians," it's like, no, no, they're really not. The Catholic Church is not really a Christian organization. It's kind of a self-enriching entity, and it's like when you bring all of it together, when you bring someone that has the knowledge and the history about it, it's like I can look through it and be like, so none of this lines up with anything. Here is where it's contradictory. Here's the ideas that pose a threat to this ideology, and then you have to start weighing it. Which side is trying to be genuine, and which side is just trying to exploit people's feelings. And I just don't like it when any religion, when someone claims to speak for God, that's when you lose my ear.
Yeah, same here.
I do not get down with the holier than thou fucking mentality that honestly a lot of people that want power take on, because they're bastardizing the religion. They're bastardizing what I believe in for their own gain. And I know people are not, quick enough on the draw to pick up on it. And because it shows, because they get followers. Like that's the easiest way to prove that is the Christianity, Catholicism has grown and grown and grown. And, even non-Catholics will sit around the campfire and try to see when the smoke's going to turn black.
Yeah.
And anything that gathers that.
Is Monty good? Yeah, I guess Monty went out for a little bit.
It sounds like you got cut out for a second there.
I mean, what can I tell you, man? You keep on talking about those Jays, man. They're gonna get you. I tried to tell Monty, but he didn't want to listen. He's like, man, you kept saying Jew, Jew, Jew. I'm just playing. Shout out Monty though, but all right, guys. Well, let's see here. I got a word back from from Google support. I'm gonna have to try some things, and I'm gonna go back live. So I'm gonna be back. I know, again, it's gonna be like a third live in a day. Just see if I can fix this problem,
Right.
or if I'm doomed to the reality of low views. If so, it is what it is. Oh, I'm a soldier. It is. I'll get through it.
You'll either A, get them all back at once, or B, just gain more followers as
That's
more people
all
find
you can really do. Yep, that's all you can really do. I mean, what they hit me with is I got to get cache it and all that good stuff, which is I'm not sure what I really got to do, but I'll try it. They gave me a list of things to do and said to restart the live. So I'm like, all right.
How many does it say? How many views does it say is in there right now, or how many people is it saying now?
I mean, we got like 5 people in there right now. And then we got 5 people in there. We got 3 people in the horizontal. Well, 3 people in the horizontal. Man, I wonder how much we got on Rumble again. About 2 on Rumble. And I don't feel like checking Kick and Twitch right now.
No, I don't blame you.
But other than that, not too bad. Not too bad. Hey, shout out to Plug. He said, bro, it's just 7 days most of the time. 7 days of going through low views on the live. I can get through that.
Not this low.
Yo.
Like I said, the
are you
only
gonna?
natural thing about it is, like I said, is the dramatically low. Like I said, I can go from like the 300 average to 2 or 100. I could take an L like that. But to go all the way down to single digits, I'm like, hold on.
Did the regular thing that happens to Monty happen again?
Yep. Probably.
Oh, there he is.
Hey, be nice.
I know. You just need to up your phone game a little bit.
No, my phone just died because I pace when I talk on the phone.
Peasant.
But what I was gonna say, I'm glad I caught you before you hopped off. Do everything they said, and then also close YouTube on your phone, close YouTube on your computer, all that fun stuff. Because
I got like, I ain't gonna lie to you, I got like 20 windows open, maybe more.
Oh, geez.
Bro, I mean, yeah, I know, right? Like 20 different windows open.
Golly, bro, you worse than me.
Bro, it takes a lot to get all those resources stacked up. And it's all I can do when I go live to make sure the flow of the video makes sense. So I can, man, it's hard.
I'm telling you, you gotta line them up and all that. It's like, all right, it's all gonna flow into one and all this good stuff. It's like, all right,
I wish you could create this. What would solve that is if you could create a playlist inside of StreamYard instead of opening it and closing it.
I think the best thing you could do is low-key make it out of your history and just try to line everything up like before you go live.
StreamYard has like a suggestion box or whatever. I think we should all put that in there.
I did put something in the stream comments for you if you want to play it. It's a song that I found.
Let him get the viewership back.
I'm sorry, there's not going to be any racial slurs because that might have nuked his visibility too.
But you know what? I guess we could end off on a funny video.
I mean, YouTube, you're coming back though, right? You're not ending.
Yeah, I'm gonna come back. Yeah, I'm gonna come back later. Yeah, we'll probably about around that 10 o'clock time.
You say that all the time, but
you say that it's gonna be 7 o'clock.
Now it's gonna be 11.
He comes back.
I know, because I be doing too much, to be quite honest with you. I have a lot to catch up.
Yes,
bro. It's 6 p.m., bro. You said 11.
6 p.m., bro. That's you. It's 7:46 over here.
Yeah, I was about to say.
I forgot you an East Side boy. Y'all some East Side fishes.
Man,
hop in the Discord at least.
I got you. All right.
He said that last time, bro.
He did say that. I'm gonna hold you to it.
Nah, I'm being there this time. I'm gonna hop in there with you guys.
Oh, okay. I believe
I'm gonna cancel my membership.
I got you. All right, guys. Hold on.
You said in the perks of membership, I get one-on-one talks with the host. I haven't had that once.
Yeah, but I did give you some. Hold on, but I did give you some sauce when it comes to thumbnails and all that to help you out with that one.
Bro.
I appreciate it. I'm just giving you shit. I'm hazing you.
Whenever Seth be like, "Yeah, I'm gonna hop in," you know, the last time he said, "Yeah, I'm gonna hop in that Discord." But
when's the last time we had a UFC fight?
Nah, buddy.
That's actually a good question.
Hold up. Last time I know about was when we were talking about that thing for the.
We bombed Iran the last time we had a live stream UFC fight.
Yep. Which is wild, by the way. What right here? Let me see if I think I actually got it. Here it is. Here it is. We're gonna go ahead and end out on this one, guys.
This goofy looking guy.
I mean, shout out to my man, Long Beach Griffey. Again.
Oh,
jeez. He looks like that.
How have you been feeling lately? Stressed out, man. Niggas think just because I'm God and I created all this shit, like I'm not stressed out. Like I don't get depressed. Like I'm not sad. Man. Why are you sad? Because, man, ain't nobody checking on God. Ain't nobody checking to see if God is good. You know? I see. Man, I don't get no, God, I hope you're doing good up there. God, I hope you straight. God, I hope your mental health is good. None of that, man. All I get is, God, give me strength. God, give me this. Give me that. God, kill my baby mama. Man, fuck all that shit, man. Doc, I tried to kill myself. I tried to kill myself. I tried to shoot myself in the head. The bullet bounced off of my skull like a fucking paper ball. Who the fuck made me? Who the fuck made me indestructible? Man, ain't no way out of this shit. Who the fuck do I pray to?
I'm very sorry that you're going through all of these things.
Oh my fucking me. And this whole fucking Bible thing. Have you fucking read the Bible?
I've heard of it.
All them dudes in that Bible claiming that they know me and my son. Jesus didn't know half of them niggas, man. Talking about all these signs and blessings and all this bullshit. Then had the nerve to kill my me damn son. Can you believe that? Put cuz on the cross. Who does that? What kind of sick shit is that?
No, it is very repulsive.
Then niggas wanna blame that shit on the devil. Crazy thing is, cuz ain't had shit to do with that. Not a thing.
How is your relationship with Lucifer?
Cuz cool. He ain't never did nothing to me. Bro was really one of my best friends, to be honest. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he wanted to leave heaven. He wanted to do his own thing. Bro had goals. You know what I'm saying? I support my nigga, you know what I'm saying?
So he's not as bad as everyone says here.
Hell no, that nigga cool as shit, man. You know, just the media trying to paint that nigga some fucking evil, bad, demonic, whatever. Man.
Interesting. Well, you have about 10 minutes left in the session. Did you want to spend that on your own, or did you want to talk to me? What's on your mind?
Doc, let me